Wonderful. Let's see here. Great evening. Great evening. Great evening. We are back on the platform. So talk to our people on the Voice of SINOE. Let me look at view the device from my end here to make sure our sound is in good shape. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Check the mic. 1 2 1 2. We're back on the platform. So talk to our people on the Voice of SINOE. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. The device from my end here to make sure our sound is in good shape. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Perfect. Our sound, at least from my end, is great. Yeah, I got 4 persons on the platform already. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Voice of SINOE. In the diaspora with Dark Side, put the esoteric, wonderful show coming your way tonight. You don't want to watch the show alone, so you got to share with your friends. I'm watching live from my working area. Okay, all right. The president from North Dakota is watching. All right, so guys, let's get quick entertainment here. While we share the show, you got to hit the share button, though. You got to hit share before we get the show. Let's build our audience a little bit. The 5 persons that share or that are on already, you share that 10, you know, the number will go up. So do me a favor and share with your friends. And we're going to be right back with more on the Voice of SINOE here. And you know how I do it now. I got to, who should I play here for you? Who I have here? Let's play our queen here. Let's play the queen. And I'll be right back.
Hello to all my fans around the world. My name is Marie Nyenambo, the queen of traditional music. The only thing I want you to do to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm on WhatsApp, I'm on Amo. Just subscribe to my channel. Promote me, my fans. Subscribe to my channel.
Subscribe, guys. Thank you.
pole será não. Yeba jeje pole no, mundo apo. Yeba bla 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 ja, mundo apo. National cheerleading. Basi kondi aple chiko nini aple bosuko ya wiali. Andrew Sua. Isa Sawe. Tabela ne. Debe jibue. Kena nune. Blabla juwe wade. Blabla juwe sera neo. Nese juwe wade. Jeje pole sera ne. Yeba jeje pole lu. Umumunde po. Yeba bla 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 ya, umumunde po. Que yo le go, ye blow, ye no. Que yo le go, ye blow, ye no. Que yo que yo le que yo sabio. Que yo le go, que yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Voice of SINOE in the Diaspora with Doug. Sayapur the Esoteric, coming to you live from Prosper Park, Pennsylvania, these United States of America. As usual, it is exciting. Let me make sure I do my sound check. If the sound is okay on your side, give me a thumb up, please. Let me do whatever you get a feedback from my end here. Sorry for the Esoteric, coming to you live from Prosper Park, Pennsylvania. Okay, my sound is great. All right, we want to welcome all of you. Welcome to the show, Honorable Maya Tully. Welcome aboard. President Francis Myers, Lester Wlay, and 10 others. Her Royal Highness Queen Diana Carla. No, that's not Diana Carla. It's Queen Caroline Sampson. The Grand Judges Association in America. Queen is following the show. Mr. James Panto. is also following. So I'm seeing at least 24 persons right now. At least the number. I'm not seeing all of you, but keep sharing the show. Let's get the show on the way here. I hope you are having a wonderful night or evening from your end. We want to welcome the former National President, Honorable Baku. Welcome on board. All right, what do we have for you today on the Voice of SINOE? Okay, I think the talking points are out there. Even though we are concealing some beyond the scene here, just to give you surprise. But let's see, let's go in the factual room of Voice of SINOE here to see what is in there for you. Look at some of the comments are trending here. Watching, that's Mr. Ponto. I'm watching from my working area. North Dakota president. Hey, how you doing, Queen? All right, those are some of the comments that are coming in here. Now let's see, let's get to our agenda here for the night. So we want to do first, let's do a quick shout out here to our own brother, Mr. Tia Jalia, who recently graduated from Acadia University. Let's see, let me put the honorable man picture here quickly for one more. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we want to start the show with a shout out to our own father, brother, cousin, Mr. Tia Jalia, recently graduated from one of the prestigious universities here in Pennsylvania. He earned a master's degree in international relations with emphasis in conflict resolution. All right, so we have a conflict resolution aspect within the SAPO community. Hopefully, he will intervene to see whether we can solve this unnecessary conflict orchestrated, spearheaded by Geleo. All right, so we want to say a special congratulations again to Mr. Tia Jadia on behalf of the local chapter president here, Madam FRANCESS, the national leadership headed by the board chairman. We also want to say congratulations on behalf of the elders, the women, and everyone else. We appreciate your achievement. This is why we won, to empower ourselves. And so the more educated people we have, the more power we have, provided if we apply the knowledge, though. Knowledge which is not applied means nothing. It's just like you are serving like a computer with all the information in it, but you can utilize the information. And so, but hopefully, Honorable Tia Jadia will apply the information he gathered, he learned from the walls of Acadia University. Congratulations, sir. Job well done. All right, just to put that out there for you, you can call the brother if you know him, or if you know his number, you can call him as well to congratulate him. All right, that's Honorable Tia Jadia for you. Great achievement there. All right, let's go into the factual room here quickly. Let's go in the factual room. What is in the factual room of Voice of SINOE? We just gave you the first one. Let me bring that image down. What is in the factual room? Well, we just gave you a little bit of what is in the factual room of Voice of SINOE. All right, so the next one in the factual room, ladies and gentlemen, it would be fantastic in the Midwest. President Francis Miles to tour 2 states in the Midwest this weekend with high-power delegates. President Francis Miles to tour 2 states in the Midwest this weekend with high-profile delegates. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, even though the former president is trying to distract us from what is actually major this year. And what is major this year is election. This is election year. No COVID-19 extending our electoral time. But you know, the gentleman who has no ability to win, he's trying to use distractionary tactics to take our attention from the major issue, the leadership election that is coming up. And so this weekend, President Frances Myers, and having mourned her father, and she's still mourning, but you know, she's a community leader. And she has told us that her job is to unify the people of the Sapo land and to carry on massive development, both human and infrastructure development in SINOE County. So against the background, recently again, the national president former national president has distracted our attention from what we're supposed to focus on. But that cannot serve as a distraction to us. And so President Frances Myers, her first campaign tour, she will be making a stop in Minnesota. Tomorrow, Pen 1 will be leaving Pennsylvania, and that's the presidential flight of the USAA Delaware Valley chapter, so we call it Pen 1. So Pen 1 will be kissing the skies tomorrow. So we are asking all commercial flights to stay at bay, because the flight of the president has a lot of electrical power, voltage. So we are communicated with the Department of Aviation to make sure that all flights stay at bay until the president lands in Pennsylvania, in Minnesota, 10,000 Lakes. All right, so let me show you the image of the Cleopatra that will be in St. Paul and Minneapolis International Airport tomorrow. Will be we understand Casey Wiley will be sending special delegation. We reached out to the former president as well, Geleo, to come and meet the incoming president, but we don't know right now. The president is throwing temper tantrum all over the place. But you know, when the Cleopatra wins, Green Geleo will be propitiated, he will be mollified. In other words, he will be placated, or if you let, pacified. You know, so those are a lot of big words for you. We'll make sure that Green is calmed down. But right now, the Cleopatra will be in Minnesota tomorrow. She will be, when she arrives in the state, we'll have in a closed door consultation with stakeholders in that chapter. Prior on the agenda of the president is the unification of the union. She thinks that the crack in the union is artificial, and so she will be putting some ideas on the table tomorrow with the stakeholders in Minnesota. After that, she will be in Minnesota for a day at a time, based on the information percolating in the information room of Voice of SINOE. And after that, she will be with the delegation. She'll be going to the Red River Valley chapter, North Dakota, where President Kolo and his team, they have already secured, make sure the president will be hosted the huge crowd tomorrow. We see we'll relay the program on Voice of SINOE, so you got to follow us tomorrow. When the president lands in Minneapolis, you see the huge crowd, how the woman is, how you see how well she is loved in the union. All right, because she coming again to bring some ideas. She has some concrete ideas as to how we can go forward in the union, how we can consolidate and dissolve the artificial Sapo association created by the sectarian leader of the Sapo people. All right, so from that, she will go to North Dakota. She will also give some issues allegedly, if you like, tip of the iceberg, things that she is running on. She will give you a little bit of her agenda, and then what she'll have Q&A with the people. If you have any questions for her, she's very good at, she's a good public orator, so that is not a problem at all talking. All right, so who is going with the president, the delegates, the people that will be on this May Western tour with the president? All right, so on the tour, on the team, we have the distinguished board member from Minnesota. The president is reaching out. She's not, unlike our man who is only Minnesota based. The woman is an eclecticist. She takes everyone, people from all over the place, because again, she's coming to be your national leader, and therefore she is not putting yourself in a sectarian box like Green Coach is doing right now. So on the delegation tomorrow, we'll have the distinguished board member, Honorable Milton Shibwe, on a delegation tomorrow. This is Mr. Shibwe right here. We'll be with President Frances Myers. They will come tomorrow. They got the team in place already. Milton is a very great guy in the union. He speaks his mind. He believes in justice. He doesn't bite his tongue when it is wrong. He says it. He doesn't beat around the bush. So Milton is on a delegation, the May Western tour of President Frances Myers. Also on the delegation, we have Ernest Foley. Ernest Foley is on our delegation. Great guy as well, great thinker. He loves the people. He loves the union. He's bringing a lot of ideas and a lot of energy on board to see how we can forge ahead and do what we're supposed to do for our people back home. So Ernest Foley will be on our delegation. Also on the delegation, we have Honorable, his name is Nathaniel Nyaule, aka Jacob Kula. Mr. Nyaule is also on our team. They will be engaging again the stakeholders, all members of the union. How can we, they are not coming to you. President Myers is not coming to you to tell you that she knows everything. She's coming to share her perspective with you. She might be wrong. You might see her perspective to be wrong, but that's, everyone else will have an opinion on issue or issues. And so she will give her opinion. She will give her thoughts on issues. And in return, she would like to get your opinion. Hopefully, your roadmap to the city of unity. What can we do to make the union whole again? What can we do for Green Coach Geleo to dissolve his finger for people over there that are distracting and confusing the people? And also, she'll be engaging everyone else. So this is a great delegate. I got a lot of guys. I'm not going to give you the whole delegation. There's a huge delegation, but at the top of the page, I just thought to give you some names so you can know people that will be coming tomorrow. So that's President Maya will be leaving. We can't give you this for security reason. We can't tell you when Pen 1 will be picking up from Pennsylvania. All right, so that's something I wanted you to know. The trip of President Myers' first campaign trail in the Midwest, and then the next trip. Of course, I can't miss it. This one we have a little, schedule conflict here, and that's why the great man, Dr. Ayopoda, is not on the delegation. But after that, Dr. Ayopoda will be with you, so you can engage the great man that you can be looking at and listening to, and giving you nothing but facts. The truth hurts, but it must be told. The truth makes your eyes red, but the truth does not burst your eye. And so my job here to give you the facts from both sides of the equation, and then we'll move on from there. Now, let's get to the next thing that I want to talk about here tonight on the Voice of SINOE. Let me see what I got for you. Next on the talking point tonight, I have this for you. Geleo does not want to go to Florida due to, it's a big word for you. It's called KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA. KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA. That word KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA. All right, KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA and GYNOPHOBIA. Okay. So KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA, okay, KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA is a fancy word for fear of defeat. Okay, KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA, sorry, KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA is the fear of defeat, the fear of failure, and then GYNOPHOBIA is the fear of women. Okay, so 2021 is election year, and President Frances Myers made it unambiguously clear that she's going to contest, and so she has done her groundwork. The incumbent, or should I say former incumbent, Geleo, the lady basically terrified the brother. So Green Code Geleo is grappling with KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA, the fear of defeat. He doesn't want to be defeated. Even though whether he participates or not, he will still be defeated. So again, GYNOPHOBIA, he doesn't want a woman to defeat him. So he is afraid. And that is why he does not want to go to Florida. He is going against the Constitution, breaching the Constitution, taking the whole people, the organization document and putting it on his head. So fear of defeat, nothing else. Green Code Geleo is not carrying his fake convention to Minnesota, not because somebody is after him or some people are after him. No. The man is not going to Florida because of fear of defeat. KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA, KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA, the fear of defeat, and GYNOPHOBIA, the fear of ladies, women defeating you. Green does not want to be the first president in the history of the United Sapota Association to be defeated post-conflict by a female. Okay, you got to understand, President Obaku Yema was the first president after the conflict between Kalejabole Foley and Charles Kroji. So after that era, Green Code Geleo is afraid. He doesn't want Frances Myers to disgrace him. I'm a man, you got to understand. The Sapo culture is patriarchy, it's man-dominated. So for a female to defeat you, it will be the biggest disgrace in the history of the Sapo nation. So Green Code Geleo does not want to go to Florida because he is afraid to be defeated by a woman. The fear of defeat. That's why he doesn't. I challenge Green Code Geleo to go to Florida, but he will not do it. So the only thing he is doing right now is to distract the people, to create another Sapota Association in Minnesota with few elements. I don't know what they are doing. We call them, again, they are the zealots. They are the blind worshippers. They will put the Constitution aside and follow a guy who is breaking the organization apart. The man who has gone down in history as one of the guys who have divided the Sapo people. This has been placed on the resume indelibly of President G. Code Geleo. Anybody who thinks about Green Code Geleo right now, they will think about the guy who divided the Sapo people without viable reason or reasons. Even if he has viable reasons, you cannot divide the people. No. That's not how you get angry. You get angry by going to the ballot box and tell the people that, yes, the people love me. That's how you demonstrate that you prove your love, that, yes, the people love you. But the man said, the way I will show this, I will prove to you guys that the people love me is to divide the people. That's what I'm going to do. All right? That green Geleo philosophy. The way I can demonstrate that the people love me is to divide the people and not to go through the democratic process. If green, I can still remember vividly from 2019 convention, North Dakota. Green Coach Geleo at the barbecue, he said, when the convention is taken in heaven, on earth, or underneath the earth, anywhere we take the convention, he will win. And so one would have thought by now, Green Coach Geleo are having authorized, having approved, which we will show you all the documents tonight, where Green sent a communication to the board of directors when the Florida president wrote for the 4,000 to be disbursed, for the hall to be secured in Florida. The communications are all in our possession tonight. We'll share the communication with you. Green sent $4,000 to Florida for us to get a hall, in keeping with the decision of the General Assembly in North Dakota, 2019. Against the Constitution, against the General Assembly now, Green Coach Geleo said, you know what, let the people take that $4,000. I don't want it. Let the people, you know what, the Sapo people money, it's not valuable to me. It's not coming from my pocket. So they can take that $4,000. I'm going in the account again and take additional money to rent another hall in Minnesota. You see how bad this guy is carrying himself down. Green Coach Geleo has taken himself deep down the abyss of history as one of the diabolical guys in the Sapo land. Sad for this brother. We have advised this guy over and over and over and again, and the man refused to listen. Imagine if Green Geleo was somebody who was smart. The guy would have come to himself the first time when Doc Sayopo left his team. One of the brightest on your team, the man that made you global. The guy who was unknown in the region, in the union. When he was on President Obaka was a vice president. He was the Joseph Becker of the Sapo community. He was packed in the garage. Nobody knew Green Coach Geleo at the time, until he saw the way I advertised President Francis Myers, the way with truth, I used truth to relegate my political opponent in Sino County. With facts, with evidence, I terrorized my opponents. So Green Coach Geleo was forced to say, no, in order for me to be ubiquitous, to be global, to be all over the place, I need to hire Dasa Yopode. And so he brought me on board. And I advertised Green Coach Geleo. I saw the man to the people. When Green goes to Canada, we advertise it to the people. Anywhere Green went, we advertise the man. You see, that's how you put the is. If I am supporting you, I do it to the fullest. Because when I move from beyond you, it will be terrible for you. And that is why I don't put my foot and be like, pretending. I come full with my whole heart. When I give my whole heart and my support to you, and you don't cherish that, oh no, when Doc Sayopo that goes the other way around, it will not be fun for you. And so that's why right now, the guy who was once celebrated, globally now people are looking at Green Coach Geleo now to be the boogeyman. He's the Satan of the Sapo land. He does not listen to anybody. And so now he say, you know what, I don't want to be defeated. A woman cannot defeat me. And so I'm not going to Florida. I am not going to go to Florida. I'm going to have my own convention in Minnesota with 5 people, the people that went to the barbecue, that were dancing, few people. Those are the people that I want to be with. Because those are the people, when I'm going wrong, they will not tell me that I am wrong. They will praise me. Those are the people I will be around. And Green does not understand that's not how you grow. You grow by learning from your mistakes. That's how you grow. But the guy is presenting himself as a flawless man. He has no flaws. And so whether he's wrong or not, the guy, they sing praises to him and makes him happy. And then you come on teleconference and say, John Gara, or Abashaya, when the man caught the other man head. And I'll be on the other side and sobbing and crying on the inside. What is going on with this brother? Who has fooled? Who has bewitched this brother? That he will be talking about rebels and somebody committed treason. Had I been the president of Liberia by now, I would have executed people the way President Doe did. I would have done that again and put all the board members on firing squad. Those are the things the man can be saying. The man has gotten drunk with power. You know, when you have corrupt men, you give corrupt men power because power is neutral. Power is not negative, it's not positive, it's neutral. So if you gave power to a corrupt man, the corrupt man will corrupt power. Green Code is corrupt. And so now he is corrupting power. And so how does he do that? Going in the account, in the people account without board approval and take the people money and go to Liberia and dance. And then you wake up and take $2,500 and give it to a family member. And the woman that raised money in the union, $75,000, your father died, Green said, you know what, I'm not sending you a dime. And Green will wake up and say, ladies and gentlemen, the $3,000 that you have been given to the board member, I'm putting it in my pocket and to go dance somewhere else. I'm not getting the financial report. And he's doing all these things. And he's saying, you know what? The board members should be quiet. They shouldn't say anything. Let the guys be quiet. Let me plunder, let me loot their account. And then you go to Liberia and come and say, oh, the people overthrew me. The lion is in the cave. Yes, it's in the cave now. He said nobody should get closer to the cave. But as James Yonte said the other day, the lion has been barricaded. And so he forced himself in the cave now and holding convention in Minnesota. He's stuck in the cave. He can't come outside. You put yourself in the cave. So the lion is in the cave. What kind of lion that's a weak and eventual lion that go run away and go in the cave, running away from a woman. I'm not when I use the word woman, not a derogatory faction, because this is a powerful woman. The women wind blowing in the union and Green is seeing it. Only one female, I mean, I shouldn't mean them start say one, but just few people. I mean, the chair lady, the chair lady Green depending on the chair lady is done. She finished. Green depending on Joyce to win election. That's why he said, you know what, the woman can make me to win. So the best thing I can do is to have convention in Minnesota. Right? Only way I can become president. Because when I go to Florida, because the 6 chapters in the union, all the members, only a few persons in Minnesota. The Lapa team the other day, people from Minnesota selling Lapas. Everywhere, Iowa, North Dakota. So Green Code said, you know what, instead of going over there to disgrace myself, I will pretend like people after my life. And then James Carla will come and say, you know what, Obaku is in Florida. And Green is afraid of Obaku. And so Green is not coming to Florida. The guy is so afraid to the point where they are finding all these impurities and weak alibi. All their alibis are anemic, weak, no substance. They're giving all these frivolous excuses all over the place just so they can run away from Francis Myers. They will beat Green in a play. I mean, all the medicine people I would visit about the other day, he said, well, go to Florida. One ballet will 10 to 6. So I said, but why are you running away now? When one ballet will 10 to 6, when we pull it, why Green can't come? Green is now in Minnesota and he coming going this weekend going North Dakota. The children organization, the man is so down. Green finished. Children organization now that what Green, they call Green to be the spokesperson and happy to go. Children. Now even adult, I'm saying children in North Dakota, they're having a program, they call him to be a guest speaker. This is the man that people were calling from from the people they used to call from Canada, renowned organizations. But now they're going to children organization now. I believe you going the weekend with is that Jesus now he get disciples, so men, no female. I'm not going to go down around right now, but a man with all the men behind Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, and all those people they around him. They protected the man. So now they're going to the children party. Children, you will see North Dakota. I play the going the weekend. I'm like, you see, when you have carry yourself down, this is what you get. The prestige is gone. No more. Nobody cares for Green Coat Geleo again, because all the people were looking up to us. And the man said, if I don't get power, I will disavow the people. That's the best way I will retain power. And so now children organization calling him to go. So Green Coat Geleo is not going to Florida, not because somebody is after him. It's a shame. KAKORRHAPHIOPHOBIA. That's the word. The fear of defeat. And GYNOPHOBIA, the fear of females or women. That's why Green is not going to Florida. Nothing else. The shame. Because he knows after Francess beat him in Florida, you know what will happen next? Green will be expelled from the union. And those are all the things that you're afraid of. Because the Constitution provides that anybody who poses a threat to our union should be expelled by the General Assembly. So Green is afraid to come to Florida because we'll invoke that provision in the Constitution to expel Green Coat Geleo and his followers that are trying to divide the people. So there are a lot of reasons, because we'll put the man on trial in Florida. So he does not want to go, because I was asking Green Coat Geleo, what did you do with the $10,000 that the boy approved? He will have no answer for it. I will ask him, what did you do with the $3,000 that you have been given to College Ebele? He will have no answer. Why did you come from Liberia and make financial report, and the $7,000 that you took from our account, it can be reflected in the financial report? Why? He will have no answer to the question. So the debate and all of those things were embarrassing. So you know how to save myself all this embarrassment. I will say the boy overthrew me. And so I will not go. I will open another convention in Minnesota. See the shame and the fear of defeat. That what God did, God doing all these things. He's not listening. When the elders gave proposal, 0 degree. Nothing. We're not listening. His supporters will come and say, we'll do anything. Anything. In front of the elders. We'll do anything. The supporters not listening. They will say these things. We'll do anything. We're not listening to you guys. You see? So that Green Coat Geleo, nothing else, because of fear. He does not want to be defeated by Frances Clark Myers, who is a woman. And that's the fear of defeat, the fear of woman. That's why he doesn't want to go to Florida. Nothing else. Now, let's go to something else, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to participate, you are free. The line, the number below there, you can call out. You see the line are moving, you can call and join the show. Now, let's go to something else here that I want to share with you. What should be done when the board and executive are unable to resolve any outstanding dispute? What should be done? Well, you see, the Constitution of the United Sappo Association is clear. Everything in the Constitution. But for some reason, Green Coat Geleo and supporters, they are illiterate. I'm not saying they can't read and write. Illiterate. When somebody is illiterate, they can read and write, but they don't like to read. So the guys are illiterate. They don't want to read. But I have been reading the document to them over and over and over. And they say, you know what? Because it's coming from that side, that's why we're not listening. But who do you guys listen to anyway? You don't listen to anybody besides George Sayon and Tapedo, who does not participate in anything. Those are the people the man listens to. So the Constitution is clear, the United Sappo Association. This is why it says, all right, the Constitution says that Let me get to that provision quickly here. It is clear, and people are not listening. But Green, again, he does not want to be defeated, and so he acts as though the bull is after him. Nobody's after Green. You're afraid of defeat. What? Let me get to the General Assembly or the bull here. What your Constitution say here, Green? Let me educate Green Geleo a little bit here. Since Green doesn't want to read, let me read to him and his supporters. They don't want to read. But we'll keep reading the document. Those that are interested, they will know. This is what the Constitution says. The Constitution that Green Coach Geleo took oath to defend and protect. Let me put that provision on the screen there for you too, so you can maybe, if it is not too small for your end, maybe you will see it. The Constitution is clear, but Green does not want to listen because of arrogance. All right, let me take that border point down too. Maybe you see it. You see, when you look at Article 12 of your Constitution, all right? Article 12 of the United Cyprus Association Constitution is clear there. It says here, and I read, it's Article 12, Section 5. Article 12, Section 5 of the United Cyprus Association Constitution. It says, referring to the General Assembly, because if you look at the title here, it says General Assembly. So they are giving you the functions of the General Assembly, what it can do. So Section 5, it says, it meaning here General Assembly. It shall make final and binding decisions on all pending disputes. Okay, all pending disputes between the Board of Directors and the National Executive Committee. That's the Constitution of the United Cyprus Association. The General Assembly shall make final and binding decisions on all pending disputes between the Board of Directors and the National Executive Committee. All right? So what is the Constitution saying here? In other words, the Constitution is saying there will be time, or if not times, where the Board of Directors and the executive, you see the crafter of the Constitution, the crafters of the Constitution, the intelligent people, they anticipated some of these things. So they say, in the event, because they know that human beings, if you have a group of human beings together, they will have a fight. And sometimes they will resolve their problems or their issues, the conflicts, or they will not be able to resolve it. So in keeping with the Constitution, realizing all of this, the crafters of the Constitution, they said, in the event when the Board of Directors and the National Executive, the President, in an event where they will have a situation, they call it dispute. Okay, dispute is what's going on right now in the Union. And they cannot resolve it, the two bodies cannot resolve it. Or the elders want to intervene, they can't resolve it. The Constitution says that the President and the Board of Directors, all of them should come to the convention so that the General Assembly will make the decision on all pending dispute. When it says something is pending, it hasn't been resolved. It's still going on. And so all pending disputes should be brought to the National Convention, to the General Assembly, so that we can hear both sides of the issue. All right? And then the General Assembly will make their final decision. Okay? So Green Court Geleo knows that the verdict will not be on his side. So he thinks the right thing to do is to boycott, is to give excuses, to open another convention in Minnesota. But the Constitution that you took oath, sir, if you still want to be president of the United Sapporo Association, nobody stops you. Go to the convention. If you think ESOTERIC is wrong, make your case before the General Assembly. Let them hear your side. Let them hear ESOTERIC's side. And then they will give the verdict. But you can't unilaterally sit down in Minnesota and get vexed and get angry and listening to Sapo Yeke. You're listening to Sapo Lara King. You're listening to other planning man you call, you can't play anything. And you say you are not going to follow the Constitution. You're going to do his own thing. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, ESOTERIC is willing. You say he's coming to Florida to make his case before the General Assembly. And he was hoping that Green Coat Geleo would have also appeared to make his case. But unfortunately, Green is saying, no, I'm not coming because somebody wants to kill me. And that is so ridiculous for Green to be saying this thing in the West. Somebody wants to kill him. Somebody's after a life. That's why those guys, people that believe in superstition around him, that's why they're telling him, don't go over there. Yeah, the people doing African sign. What kind of man is this? Why would somebody harm Green? Especially when Dax Ayopode is there. Because Dax Ayopode is the oracle. When you say oracle, the mouthpiece of the elders. Okay? I represent the elders. They speak through me. And then I come and tell the people. So the elders, for sure, they know that Green Coat Geleo is wrong. But the elders, their job is to defend all their children. They are not going to sit down for something to happen to any of their child. Green is protected by the elders, our ancestors. Okay? So nobody should be afraid here. Green should obey the document. So I'm wondering though, which document Green is operating by right now? The United States, so he's not going by United States Association document? Nothing. The guy is absolutely operating in the state of nature. Nothing. Let me read something here, the General Assembly, where it says, the General Assembly, let's look at the functions. I just read one. So if you look at number 1, Green is so disrespectful to the point where he said, well, I don't care. All of you that gave me power up, because these are the people that made a decision to make you president. And the Constitution represents them. So this is why the people, the General Assembly, this is why they agree on, they put in a document this document was endorsed. That means it's binding on everybody. You can't do without it. So this is what the people say here in the document. Let me read some of the provisions here. Very interesting. Article 12, when they talk about General Assembly, Section 1. All powers and authority of the association shall be vested in the General Assembly. General Assembly membership sitting in convention. All right. It says some power. They say all powers. So when Green comes to the convention, when ESOTERIC and his team, they are wrong, the people that have the final decision, they will make the call. Green alone cannot make the call and say, no, I carry the Sapo people convention in Minnesota. See, in this document, Green Coat Geleo himself set up the committee to work on the document. All powers and authority of the association shall be vested in the General Assembly membership sitting in convention. It didn't say teleconference. It says sitting in convention. All right? Green Coat Geleo and the team will get on the teleconference and say, this is General Assembly. The guys will read the English, simple English. I think we got to read the Constitution in Sapo. Maybe the guys will understand it. Maybe they can't understand basic English grammar. People, membership, sitting in convention, not teleconference. The man will call teleconference General Assembly. Number 2, the General Assembly shall be the highest, the superlative degree Okay, superlative. You got a comparative and the superlative. You got a base, comparative, a comparative, and the superlative. So they're using the superlative degree, nothing above highest. When you add est to a word, it's the highest degree. So the United States Association Constitution says the General Assembly shall be the highest and final decision-making body of the association. All decisions of the body shall be binding on all members and chapters of the association. All members of the General Assembly shall comprise of all due pay members of the association. See, the language is crystal clear. But Green said the decision of the General Assembly is not binding on me. No, I'm above the decision of the people. See, so Green opened another convention in Minnesota. 3 says, it shall have, they're talking about the General Assembly, it shall have the power to conduct elections every 2 years. Now it's 3. For members of the Board of Directors and members of the National Executive Committee at National Convention. Okay? And it shall also meet once a year to review the activities in the association. So the General Assembly is supposed to conduct election. But Green Code Judeo say, you know what? I'm not going by the people election. No. The one that I want, the one that Cecil Turbo will conduct are what I want. I want Tapedo convention, not what I approve in my document, what the people approve. No, I'm going by that one, because if I follow this, if I follow what the people put in that document, I will be disgraced. Yeah, I don't want to be disgraced, so I will do my own thing. The General Assembly also, the Constitution also says, it shall have the power to impeach. This is what Green is also afraid of. It shall have the power to impeach, replace, suspend, and or expel any elected officer or member whose action and or character runs contrary to the progress of the association, such as, but not limited to, disorderly conduct. Green Code Judeo behavior is disorderly, a conduct, okay? Disorderly conduct, spreading of malicious lies with the intent to cause disunity within or in the organization. The president has been spreading malicious lies with the intent. The president, his disciples, they have been spreading malicious lies with the intent to divide the people, to cause disunity. And so the Constitution says that such people should be impeached. As a matter of fact, they say expelled. So Green Code Judeo and Hillary King and all the guys, they are afraid to be expelled. And that's why they're having another convention in Minnesota. Okay? So I am doing this so you can know what this guy is afraid of, why he does not want to come to Florida. Because these are the things, because the document will be read by Dr. Yopode. Because I'm not going to operate outside and get people's opinion. We will go by the document we wrote. I will take the document and say, Mr. President, according to our Constitution, Article 12, Section 1.4, it says, the General Assembly shall have the power to impeach, replace, suspend, and expel any elected officer or member whose action and or character runs contrary to the progress of the association, such as, but not limited to, disorderly conduct, spreading of malicious lies with the intent to cause disunity within the organization, etc., subversion of constituted authority, embezzlement. See, Green also embezzle our money. That's a big word for stealing. When you go in the account, they not give you approval to take money. It's embezzlement. Because when you are entrusted, they gave you the money. He is in charge. So, and when you are put in charge of something and you take it illegally, it's called embezzlement. So Green Code Judeo, the Constitution is saying embezzlement and misappropriation of the association's funds and properties. Okay? These are the things Green Code Judeo is afraid of. And that's why he doesn't want to go to Florida. I will invoke these provisions in the Constitution. Oh, yes. That's what the document is for. It's not that there for the words to decorate the people. We have to apply it. You see, do you know why America is working? Because the people apply their Constitution. They don't go outside the Constitution. They apply the law. And Green Coach Geleo does not want the law to be applied on him. And so he went to Minnesota. He ran away. Scary guy. Number 5, it said the General Assembly shall make the final. Okay, I read that one earlier. And number 6, it said they shall approve fiscal and budgetary policies, receive and review annual reports submitted by the national president, and approves the resolutions of the convention for enforcement and implementation by the board of directors and the national executive committee. Okay, Green does not want to be scrutinized because you'll be asked a lot of questions when you come to Florida, because you have to give a report, and the report will be analyzed critically by a thing called a dark side. You put the esoteric, for example. So all these things that Green is running away from Florida, nothing else. The guy is afraid of the law. He's afraid of the law, and so he wants to go to Joyce Convention in Minnesota. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have major things to discuss with you. That's what I just gave you a little bit of why Green does not want to go, or what should be done. What should be done is that our Constitution says when the board and the executive are unable to solve any dispute, they should bring the issue before the General Assembly for resolution. They didn't say take it to the Elders Council. The elders can intervene, but the Constitution did not say Elders Council. It says the General Assembly, people sitting in convention. So we want redress to the problem or problems, wherever Green grievances that Green has. Green must come to the convention for those things to be addressed. He can't go to Minnesota and want to squander our money, because anything that Green did, anything, he will still face the weight of the law. Why don't he build skyscrapers in Johnson? The stealing that he carried on here will not go away with impunity. No, the guy will not go away with impunity. So he can go there and Johnson can go have, they say they want $60,000 and she generate $400, and they say that money making machine. Why the machine why you can go and press a machine button, let the money start coming, $60,000 comes out. Then you go get $400 for the money making machine. What kind of machine is that? Is that ATM? Maybe that ATM machine empty, nothing inside. The empty ATM machine. So they raise $400, and the people say, "Hey, Minnesota." No, so that $400 you can be talking about Minnesota. $400. He wants $60,000. You say you get money making machine, and you go raise $400. See how you see Frances Myers is so powerful to the point where she raised. I mean, that's a only convention in the New said over 75,000 United States dollars. We want to bring inauguration to the $2,000 that they bluff it. Green rate to the $2,000. Frances Myers inauguration. I mean, you see the money that Green playing with now, we just dump a lot of money in the account because the Constitution does not allow us to keep a lot of money. So we send it to Green. Green now is having party with all the money. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a quick commercial, and we have a major one here to discuss with you. Major one. You don't want to leave. Major stuff on the agenda here to discuss. So we're going to go for a quick commercial, and we'll be right back. Okay, we'll be right back with more on the Voice of Sign. All right, so let's get the Queen of Traditional Music here. We'll be right back with more here. Let me see what the Queen got here for us. Me, I'm a fan of the Queen. I'm a big fan of the Queen. So what are you like here now? I'm a big fan of the Queen.
I'm a one I'm so de by way. Ade, so de by ade. Mas I don't buy the outlaw as I really play you. It's Tom Baker. So by ade. Yeah, that's all them more. I'm here. I hear that's all them go. You go. So the país adesso loño. So the país adesso. So the país adesso. I'm so the país way. I'm so the país way. Para país wale luan. I'm so the país way. So the país adesso. Mas I no vale hablo asa we play yo. Adiamo. Como país. Now me person.
Yes, I like to listen. I like to dance. Sole paio. Sole paio. Sole paio. Amu abli mu sole paio. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Voices SINOE in the Diaspora with Dr. the Esoteric, coming to you live from Prosper Park, Pennsylvania, these United States of America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Yeah, the brave man is in the home of the brave, the land of the free. And so we'll talk the free truth to Green and his supporters. Mombache, and then check your point no on for the other Munjay and Blanjari. We say the truth. The truth must be told. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get to what we have here for you on the Voice of SINOE for tonight. So the next thing that I want to talk about here, ladies and gentlemen, you know, you guys are the viewers, right? A lot of time you hear arguments and counter arguments from each side. Oh, the other one said they say. The other one said they say. So what I want us to do here, I want to do here tonight is to share what I call major communications between the board and the executive, so that we can know what has been going on beyond the scene. I want to recognize the matriarch. You know, the matriarch is the female leader of a tribal group of the people. So I want to recognize my mom. My mom just joined the show. And so the wise woman is on ground. All right. So I will be looking at major communications between the board and the executive, so that you will know what Green is saying. It's not what somebody else is saying, is what Green put on paper. Okay, so the guy got to be true to what he puts on paper. And so I'm not about to give my opinion to you. Okay, what Green himself wrote and what ESOTERIC wrote, so you can know. When I say ESOTERIC, because he is the chairman for the board of directors, and then Green Geleo is the former president for the executive. Okay. And so let's look at the communications, the exchanges the guys have been having. Okay. So, but before I do that, let me see some of the comments that are trending here. Let me look at some of your comments and see what people are saying. If you want to participate again, the line that is moving, there's a number there. If you want to speak of anything, any topic, you are free. So who say they don't know? Okay, I don't know what he was asking. That's Jala. Hey, Mr. Kolo, please go back to work. Haha. All right. And the incoming national vice president, Mr. William Marlin, says he's watching. Madam Rebecca Kolo. Oh, that's the first lady for the Red River Valley chapter. So how you doing, first lady? Okay, she said. And former President Kalejabele Foley, Green is afraid of defeat, nothing else. Florida started it, and Florida will surely end it for Green. Those are clear and pointed words. That is true. Florida started, and Florida will finish it. Florida open it, Florida close it. Florida open it, Florida close it. So the Green is afraid for the door to be shut on him. Florida open it, Florida close it. Florida open it, Florida close it. That's what we're gonna be singing. But hey, Green afraid. But you're going to Florida, so you can see. Let's see here. Let me go further. Let me see some of the comments. Evangelist James Shebekalo, he said, let the board rescind the letter and see if Green will not go to the convention in Florida. The man, Evangelist is actually playing what we call a Bacedarian elementary tricks. Now, what the man playing here? They both should, he said, in other one, when he say rescind, they should cancel their letter. They must take their letter back. The letter that says that, where the letter right here, I can read it to you. I think those I have not read. Let me share the letter with you quickly. What the board said. Let me share the board letter to you. I mean, it's very important. I got very good number of people following tonight, so you can hear what the board said. So Evangelist said the people will rescind the letter. This is what the board wrote. It was dated April 5th, 2021. Mr. Green Code Geleo, National President, United Sapphire Association in Americas, Minnesota. Dear Mr. Green Code Geleo, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the United Sapphire Association in Americas, I bring you greetings. Over the months, the Board of Directors has observed with grave concerns the rising waves of misinformation, unauthorized withdrawal of money from the United Sapphire Association account in the Americas national account, and disregard of the interests of the Sapphire people. The board went on to say, your actions have created an unconducive atmosphere for progress and the potential to destroy the unity of the Sapphire people. The board went on to say, cognizant of the rising waves of actions intended to create division within our union, the board of directors convened at an emergency teleconference held on Sunday, February 28, 2021, proposed and approved the following resolutions based on a simple majority vote. The board of directors resolved, number one, that your term of office, okay, they are reminding the man, they don't say we are firing you. They say that your term of office, Mr. G. Code Geleo, as national president has expired. It is therefore expedient that you cease from functioning as national president of the United Sapphire Association in Americas. Now, if you listen to that, it didn't say Green fired. They are only reminding, because the reason they said that is the Constitution gives the president 3 years to serve. The General Assembly, the mandate of the people that the guys are talking about, the mandate of the people, 3 years. Green was elected on what ballot? Based on the legacy, the good job of Obaku. Okay? He was elected on the legacy, on the record of Obaku, because he did nothing. He was Joseph Baka parked in the garage. So Green was elected on what ballot in North Carolina 2017. Do the math. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. That 3 years, right? We're in 2021, May. And the guys are saying, no, Green's still in office. Okay? Green is still the president. And this is what the Constitution said. Let me read Article 22 of the Constitution on tenure of office. It said, Article 22, Section 1.1.2. It said, all executive officers shall serve the association for a period of 3 years, but not more than 2 consecutive terms. That the Constitution, the Andrews who are talking here, the Slavish are talking, the Robert Tuba talking. Now what they said? They said Green Geleo has 3 years. That the Constitution are reading, and that's my own words. All, they don't say some. They say all executive, they don't say board members either. They say all executive officers shall serve the association for a period of 3 years, but not more than 2 consecutive terms, meaning that he can go 6 years. Okay? That's the Constitution. So that what the guys are referring to, they say, number 1, that your term of office, Mr. Geleo, as national president has expired. It is therefore expedient that you cease from functioning as national president of the United States Association in Americas. Number 2, that all members of the National Executive Committee who were elected with you, term of office has also expired. Okay? Because they say all executive members, and that's why the guys are reminding the president, all right, that all members of the National Executive Committee who were elected with you, term of office has also expired. Therefore, they must cease to function in their respective positions. The board of directors is the legal entity entrusted with managing the affairs of the USAA and is working out plans for the peaceful transition of power through elections. Okay? They don't say through appointment, they say through elections. So if Green wants to remain the president of the United States Association, then he come to the ballot box in Florida and start acting out in Minnesota. So the letter went on to say, that Mr. G. Geleo, okay, that the board of directors will work with the USAA's chapter's presidents and appoint the National Elections Commission to conduct the general elections in August 2021. Number 4, that Mr. G. Geleo and all former executive committee members who were duly elected with him, if duly qualified, are eligible to contest the upcoming elections scheduled to be conducted during the gathering of the General Assembly in August 2021 in Jacksonville, Florida, USA. Okay? The board went on to say, you have to understand they gave at least 7 counts. Green Geleo replied, he did not refute, he did not deny all these things the guy said. Okay? Number 5, they said, now that you, the national president of the USAA, and the executive committee members who were elected with you are no longer officers of the USAA, the following USAA's bylaws and constitution provision is hereby invoked. Now they're invoking the Constitution because they are protected by the Constitution. So now they come and give you the provision. In the absence of the General Assembly, all corporate powers shall be exercised by or on the authority of the board, and the affairs of the United States Association in Americas shall be managed under the direction of the board, except as otherwise provided by these bylaws, as Article 18, Section 2.1 of the Constitution. In short, the board of directors is the legal entity granted the authorization to manage the affairs of the United States Association in Americas until general elections are held in August 2021 in Jacksonville, Florida. It says number 6, please note that all documents belonging to the USAA in your possession or in the possession of any other member of the executive committee members who were elected with you be turned over to the office of the chairman of the board of directors within 2 weeks as of April 5th, 2021. Up to now, Green Geleo has not turned over our documents. Okay? He has not turned over our documents. He's still illegally holding our documents hostage. He is not covered by the Constitution anymore. Number 7, in addition, from the date of this letter, you, Mr. Geleo, and the other 2 signatories, okay, the other 2 signatories, Mr. Darius G. Moen, aka Joseph Youngley, and Mr. Oteka Swan, aka Oteka Morris, to the USA's national accounts at its banking institution, Wells Fargo or bank, are not authorized to make any further transactions on said accounts. Failure to adhere to the aforementioned directive will result into serious legal consequences for any violators. As members of the board of directors, we believe that we were elected to guide, protect, and or promote the mission and vision of USA and not our personal interests. The plight of our people remains paramount to us. Therefore, let the boards go forth that united we stand. Long live our union, long live the Republic of Liberia, long live the United States of America. Sincerely yours, ESOTERIC, Chairman of the Board of Directors, United States Association in America. All right? I can go, there's other lack of communication. So that's the communication the board sent. All right? I am sharing with you the communications between the board of directors and the executive. Now, the communication that I just read just now, this is Green Code Geo reaction to it. This is what Green wrote. To all officers and members of the United States Association in America, USA, it was dated April the 25th, 2021. Response. Okay, Green said, the officers and members of the Executive Committee of the United States Association in America, USA, with no uncertain terms, hereby denounce the rebellious and unconstitutional action of the board of directors or the board chairman, Mr. ESOTERIC, and his cohorts to terminate the services of the National Executive Committee and appoint an election commission. All right. Green went on to say, Mr. ESOTERIC and his cohorts do not have any moral and legal basis to terminate the services of Mr. G. Geleo, national president, and his officers, duly elected by the assembly. Such action is unprecedented, diabolical, and inconsistent with the organic law of our union, and is hereby denied or condemned. Okay, so that Green talking. Green said he was duly elected. Was he duly elected? Yes. Is it term still continuous? No. Green Code Geleo terms ended 2020. Okay, he was duly elected. We agree with that part. But the Constitution does not give him 4 years. It gives him 3 years. So Green cannot tell you he's still the national president. Now, the whole communication about the rear, Green did not give her one provision in the Constitution to back him up. He just said a bunch of words, diabolical. He knows book. They put all the words all over the place. The guys were citing the Constitution. No provision in the Constitution that covers him. So he just said mere words. He said, they're unconstitutional and diabolical. Okay, when you say something is unconstitutional, then give her the constitutional provision that covers you. That way you are making your case to the people. All right? The unconstitutional and diabolical acts of Mr. Sabe and factions, he calling people faction, is name calling, nothing else. No evidence to support his argument. While Mr. G. Geleo and some members of his delegation were in Liberia to perform official duties assigned to them by the General Assembly of the USA, Mr. ESOTERIC, okay, the man said they were on official duty. We have to make this clear. Green was on in Liberia. The mission was he was called unofficial. It was not approved by the General Assembly. The General Assembly in North Dakota did not say Green should go to Liberia. They only approved $30,000 for Nessa Squatter to be built. There is no resolution from North Dakota that says that the president should go to Liberia to break ground and delegate Nessa Squatter. No provision in the Constitution or from resolution from North Dakota, nothing. The Green also said here that, okay, to perform official duty to the General Assembly, okay, he quoting as General Assembly here. The General Assembly gave him official duty, but the General Assembly said Green should go to Florida. He says he's not going. The same General Assembly he quoting here, he disobeyed the same General Assembly and going and carrying convention to Minnesota. So Green, he respects the General Assembly. He does not respect the General Assembly. That's what they call contradiction. You can't be short and tall at the same time. You are either tall or short, but it can't be both. All right. So Green is saying, while President Geleo and some members of his delegation were in Liberia to perform official duties assigned to them by the General Assembly, the General Assembly did not assign this to Green Geleo. All right. He hijacked our account. He went on a teleconference and put it to a vote. His supporter voted for it. The Constitution, I just read it. The General Assembly are the people that are sitting in convention, not teleconference. So Green and his people, they went against the Constitution. They took our money. While Mr. Geleo and some members of his delegation was in Liberia to perform official duties assigned to them by the General Assembly of the USA, Mr. Isosabe, chairman of the board, and his followers deliberately inscribed a letter of removal to the executive committee without considering the sacrifices and risks taken by the delegation and understanding the basis of the agreement negotiated by the Elder Council. The very Elder Council you're quoting here, the elder said, Green, no project should be undertaken. He said, with all the project, the things, those fake things that are told from Johnson, I will implement everything. Everything that we agree on, that we don't even agree on, I will implement everything. He's not listening to the people, but he's citing them. He's not. Green was on the teleconference the other day, and you were telling the elders, we are not going to listen. The elders say, whatever you want to do, hold on. The board said, the board communication here again, read it to you. Green said, I'm going to go ahead. And he went ahead and published the names of the Electoral Commission. He posted guidelines and all of it. He's not listening to the people, but he's citing the same Elder Council. You see the guy? So who should take Green seriously here? Me? I don't think any of you that are listening right now, you will pay attention to Green. That one they call flip-flopping. The man is flipping and flopping. That's what he's doing. You will say, elder say, then he say, I'm not listening to the elders. You will say the General Assembly say, and he say, I'm not listening to the General Assembly. Green, which one now? Where do you stand? You are listening and not listening at the same time? That's why you are in logic we call the law of non-contradiction. You cannot both be and not be at the same time. Okay? So you are just contravening, you are breaking a basic logical law. That's what you're doing here. Then the executive committee has elected, or he said the executive committee was elected by the General Assembly and not the board of directors. We agree. Even though the board of directors, they are part of the General Assembly. They are members. They voted. You know, the General Assembly was elected. Instead, the executive committee was elected by the General Assembly and not the board of directors. It is only the General Assembly physical gathering or teleconference. You see how the guys are twisting the Constitution? There is no provision in the guy just, I mean, sorry to say, but the guys are just lying. It's a lie. Green put in parentheses and said, the executive committee, okay? The executive committee was elected by the General Assembly and not the board of directors. It is only the General Assembly, he said, physical gathering or teleconference. Let Green give all that provision in the Constitution that says teleconference. You see how the guy he did all the things just to steal from the people. And we are not going to allow this to go. They're stealing from the people, Green. You can't pull here and you invent your own constitution. If you write your own new constitution, that's a different thing. There is nothing in the Constitution of the United States Association that says that teleconference or physical. Okay? James, 1 second, please. I want to read something to the people. I will call you right back after reading this. I want to repeat that to the people to expose the lies that Green been telling over and over here, and people are listening to him. The man is just lying. Here is the Constitution, Article 12 of the Constitution. Let me read that again. Because it said physical and teleconference. That's what Green told us. So let me read that provision. All power and authority of the association shall be vested in the General Assembly. The General Assembly shall be the higher decision-making body of the association. All decision made by this, okay. It shall have the power to conduct election of the board. Let's see. Okay. He said the General Assembly shall be the highest and final decision-making body of the association. All decisions of the body shall be binding on all members and chapters of the association. All members of the association of the General Assembly shall be comprised of all due-paying members of the association. Okay, the first one here, with Green Twister is the first one. Green Twister and said, Green rule, the executive committee was elected by the General Assembly and not the board of directors. It is only the General Assembly physical gathering or teleconference that has the constitutional right to remove. Okay. They say all powers and authority of the General Assembly of the association can be vested in the General Assembly membership sitting in convention. They need to say teleconference. Okay? And what you are referring to also here is here. This is what it said. The General Assembly, it shall also have the authority to impeach. Green say that the people can remove, okay, the General Assembly. It shall have the power to impeach, replace, suspend, and or expel any elected officer. That's what Green was citing here. But there is nothing here that says set a conference. So the guy is literally lying. He's lying. Green is a crook. I would say that's a lie. Pure, clean liar. That Green. He said the executive committee was elected by the General Assembly and not the board of directors. It is only the General Assembly, physical gathering or teleconference that has the constitutional right to remove, reprove, and or terminate the services of the executive committee when fundamentally proven. All right, come to the convention in Florida. You see why would that be fundamentally proven? You know that the people will impeach you, they will remove you. As a matter of fact, they will expel you. And that's why you're afraid you don't want to come to Florida. You know these things. All right? The board of directors did not only violate the organic law of our union, but also disrespected the elders. You see, he the one is disrespecting the elders. Then he said they violated the organic law. He can't cite the provision they violated. He can't cite it. There is nothing here. So that's Green just talking, blah, 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 blah. And that's all to it. You know, so let me take some calls here. I saw some calls coming in here. Let me take some calls here. Let me see what somebody has to say. I got another important document to share with you. A lot of important documents I want to share with you here, please. And then we'll be dealing with the president brother lies. All right. The man made a video the other day, and he was saying all sorts of things. And my job here is to give you the truth. So we'll bring Paul Geleo, I'll put Paul here so Paul can interact with Dr. Yopude. You listen to Paul and then you listen to me. So he can decide who is lying or who is not lying. Okay? So but let me make some calls here. I saw a call coming in earlier. Let me call the person back. Mr. Yonte, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Did you just call?
Yes, I did.
What's your take?
So, my take is, thank you for your show in the first place.
You're welcome.
The first thing I want to know, I don't want to know what the bank say or what the part say or what the bull say. I don't want to know. What I want to know here is, what did the bank of our union, the bank we put our money in, when the board wrote the bank, what did the bank say? The board need to tell us what the bank said. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, all these parts say, then say, postpone say, all those things, we ain't get time for it. What we get time for is the money. How can we get our money? Because the time we put all these rotten dishes and all these dirty parts together, our money will be gone. So the board need to tell us, what did the bank say after they wrote the bank? If the bank accept the decision they made that these people should be out of the account, what are we wasting time for? There's no other solutions in the country that we live with full of laws and order. We're not in Liberia. We got law in this country. And if the bull cannot do it, I think they will need to find a spoon to do it for us. Because it's taking too much time. That the bowl continuously being emptied and nothing in it, and the pot is running away with the fire coals all on it. We can't continue to deal with this thing. We actually need to find a solution to this money.
So, Mr. Yante, what is your proposal? How do you get the money? What is your proposal?
I said the same thing before. We need signature for every chapter. Every chapter. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay. Every chapter, the president of every chapter need to get to the members and sign this thing that we don't want these people on our account. Every time we got all the signatures, if we get up to 30 signature, I think the law will see reason to take these people out of our account or over our account. But if we lay down and say, oh, we're waiting for a lawyer, we're waiting for day, we're waiting for Coachman to miss the time bottle and all those things, it's not going to solve no problem. Green Julius and his people, they know the Constitution. And they didn't respect the other people. They didn't respect the Constitution. They don't respect nobody. They don't even respect themselves. And to the point that the pastor, the man of God, a lying man of God, the man who just went to the kindergarten, he called it Bible school, come on social media and lie. Then some of the money he's sending from the people, he said, you won't preach, that God will polish that one. So that one part will close that one. But please, my big old here is the board need to tell us what did the bank say. Then we can find another solution from that time.
Yeah, I think fair. You know, I will have to reach out to the board to see whether they get any reply from the board, from the bank. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Back.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for your contribution. All right. So that's James Yonter from Minnesota. He just gave a perspective over there. I want to engage the board to see whether they got any communication from the bank. Let's look at some of your comments here, and I will share some communications with you here quickly. All right, so Tapezaza, or Reverend Tapezaza said, is President Geleo eligible to run for the second term? If he is eligible, this should be their campaigning period. Vote, vote, and vote, as we saw in the last presidential election in the U.S., on the senatorial election in the state of Georgia. An easy formula. I mean, Chris, fair enough, but Green does not want to go to Florida. He is eligible to contest. Nobody is stopping him. But I don't know. I mean, with all the things he's doing, I think one of the major fears he has is he will be expelled when he goes to Florida. So he doesn't want to go through all these embarrassments. So he's saying, you know what? I'll just stay in Minnesota, but he's still eligible. I mean, he hasn't been disqualified. No, the General Assembly, obviously, they will make the call. The people sitting in convention will make the call whether the man is qualified to recontest or not. But as it is right now, yeah, he's still eligible. The question is whether he will be trustworthy, the people will trust him based on what he's doing. So he knows that the people will not trust him, or they don't trust him anymore. So the best thing to do is to stay with Joyce, that will be worshiping him. Evangelists say, contradicting yourself, point of correction. Okay, I want to see the point of correction, sir. You are contradicting yourself when you said the board reminded the executive instead of terminating their services. What is the point? I don't see the contradiction. I just read the Constitution to you. And they say the president has 3 years. And the board said, they didn't say, Green called you are hereby fired by the board of directors. It said your term finished. And what were they referring to? It was the Constitution. So they were reminding him. Maybe he's not paying attention to the document. And so they reminded him. So I don't see the contradiction that you're talking about, sir. Let's see here. Who else have something to say? Let's look at the comment. All right, no comment here with respect to questions and stuff. So that's something else I wanted to share with you here for tonight. Let's see here what I got. Then we'll kind of pause you. I got pause you the last one. I know a lot of you want to hear what I got to say. So the communication that I want to share with you here, right? Let's look at the first one here. So this communication was sent January 1st, 2020. Let me see. I'll make it look me.
Tico.
Hey, Tigo, welcome on board. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you.
Yeah. I was actually following the show, and I decided to call in to give viewpoint and also ask some questions regarding this whole issue about what is going on with the current leadership and some of the confusions that has been an issue of concern right now.
Right.
Okay. I know we are young people, number one, and like you and I, we've spoken on this issue before, and especially when the issue of misunderstanding and confusion amongst the sample people. Well, we cannot come to an agreement to solve problems, and it involves it kind of translates into different thing where people tend to like disagree and say stuff to each other. And I think as young and people who are sound-minded should be able to handle some each situation and not for another evolve or not to drag on to different area. So now, with the issue of this whole code leadership and the issue about the Constitution and everything else, I have 3 questions. And part of my ignorance here, because I would like to understand certain things. What the Constitution said, I know you made reference to certain provision within the Constitution about the General Assembly and other issue about the leadership term.
Right.
Now, here's my first question. So let's focus on the issue of the Ebola. I mean, about the COVID-19, right?
Right.
What does the Constitution say about a situation where there's a situation that involves natural disaster like the one we're facing today, particularly with respect to the term of the current leadership, as you stated, right? Who were voting for office 2017. I'm still to be corrected, right?
Yeah, 2017. You're right.
2017. So a term would expire 2020, right?
Right.
It's 3 years. And because of the issue of COVID, what does the Constitution say about with the current leadership continuing the term or to shut down the term? I want to hear that from you first before I go to my second point.
Okay. I think what the guys did, they didn't put in the Constitution specifically to say, oh, when hurricane comes and we can't do this, we should do this. But or when COVID comes or when Ebola comes and we can't meet at a specific area, we should do this. They didn't put it there. But what they did was they got what they call continuity of service in the Constitution. So what that means is, so in case we don't, I mean, like we can't have election like we did last year, right? Because of the COVID, what should be done? And so they say, in the event where the president, the executive members, their time over, the board of directors, in as much as their successors have not yet been elected, their term automatically extended to run the affairs of the organization.
When you said this, who in particular are you referencing?
The board of I'm quoting, let me get to that provision quick in the Constitution here. Okay, right. Yeah, let me do that for us here. I like you, so let them help the people out here.
Yeah. Because I kind of realize that's where the whole misunderstanding, the whole confusion is stem from. So we need to first understand that.
Good. Let me see. Let me get to that quick.
And while you at it, and what time the board has decided or when and how the current leadership turns to expire. When is their turn? When does that turn expire to the board directors?
Yeah, let me see. Let me get to that provision. Then I'll answer the question.
Okay.
So it says here, that's article. Article 16 of the Constitution, section 1.10. The board of directors shall take charge of the association in the event that the first 3 heads of the association, the president, the vice president, and the secretary, are incapacitated. All right, so that's one provision here. So the vice president, the president, as a matter of fact, the vice president resigned already, and by the Constitution, the president is not covered anymore. So that's what we call constitutional incapacitation. So the president has been rendered incapacitated by the Constitution. Hence, the board takes, because they say when the first 3 are incapacitated, the Constitution does not call the president anymore.
What, but you use the word incapacitated. So what I'm saying, how so? I work because the audience listening. Let's put that.
So okay, you can be incapacitated so many ways. You can be incapacitated. Okay, I know the term. Yeah. So you can be incapacitated. Number one, when we are crazy or you saka, then you are incapacitated. Or when you you have some tragic accident, something, or when you die. Okay, so one of the ways is constitutional incapacitation. If you are not protected anymore by the Constitution, you are also incapacitated. So the president and all executive officers, by virtue of the fact that their term over last year, they are being rather incapacitated by the Constitution to serve the union until they go back to the ballot box.
So I wish that is big. I mean, it's a current leadership who determines when the current leadership comes into power. Isn't that during the general election?
Yes. So let me find the next provision that I want to read here that covers the board of directors. So I just gave you one. Okay. Okay. And also here, if you look at they say Article 16 or 14 actually of the Constitution. They say, in the absence of the General Assembly, all corporate powers shall be exercised by the board, or under the authority of the board of directors, and the affairs of the United States Association can be managed under the direction of the board, except as otherwise provided by these bylaws. That's one provision, and that's one the board started. You got a comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, now that focus on the board of directors, and that's kind of like on my second question. So now the board of directors, whose responsibility is, or whose shoulder is for to make determination as to how long or when the current leadership ends. This board of directors now in question. When is their term expires?
Okay, so here, if you look at the terms, right, according to the Constitution, so Article 13 of the Constitution, right? And if you look on our powers, so let's look at section 2.1, for example. They say, let's see, hold on a second, there's somebody calling. Please. Hold on a second. Article. So let me read this. So it says here, Article 13, Section 2.1 or 2.1, right? It says when you're talking about the powers of the board, right?
Right.
Okay. In the absence of the General Assembly, all corporate powers. Okay, I read that portion to you. And it also said the terms. They said all direct support nation, your other devices, so you want to lower it, please? Yeah, so somebody got a device on, you want to lower it? I'm hearing myself.
Okay. So yeah.
Yes. So Tico, let me put that in perspective now. So all directors shall be elected to serve a 4-year term. However, the term will be extended until a successor has been elected. That's the Constitution talking.
Can you read that again? So what the Constitution says?
All directors shall be elected to serve a 4-year term. However, the term will be extended until a successor has been elected.
Did they get the condition of which the term can be extended?
Yeah, they said until. So
any condition?
I mean, I didn't get a question.
You said I read it. You lay out a PowerPoint where you said that they were giving a 4-year term, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, the term can be extended, but that would be they are, even though they are laying it out, but there are conditions on which the term can be extended. If the Constitution specifies that. Yeah,
but I just read that to you earlier. They said when the 3 heads are incapacitated, the board takes charge, and they gave all the on the terms of reference the powers of the board. they give what they can do and what they cannot do, and this is one of the things they can do.
Okay, but that right?
Yeah.
So the term incapacitated, right? It could be or it could be explained in so many ways.
How do you please explain? Please interpret it for us.
You say no. I mean, the person asks, for example, sickness, death, and where he or she cannot execute their function, they all consider incapacitated or incapacitation. So I just want us to kind of like look at the word in itself, right? So in this situation where there is a natural disaster, where we incur the what's the thing? The just ended COVID-19. Are you saying, even though you are in agreement that because of the COVID-19, the president, the general assembly could not be held, right? But at the same time, you are saying because of the COVID-19, this man should vacate his.
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm not the one that's saying it, and the board is not the one that's saying it. It's the Constitution that's saying it. The Constitution, they use the word incapacitated, but you are the one interpreting it that way. No, I'm not interpreting it that way. I just gave you what the Constitution said and the powers. When it comes to term, how long the guy should stay in power. They say the president had 3, and then they say board of directors they got 4. However, their term can be extended. So the president is no longer protected by the Constitution, and their successors have not yet been elected. So how can you say the board are not in charge, or the board is not in charge of the organization?
Because we are looking at the issue of COVID-19. In your own admission that because of the Constitution failed to address the issue of natural disaster or any other.
No, I didn't say it failed. I said it didn't specify whether when somebody, when Ebola comes, but they anticipated that, and that what they put. What?
Yeah, so you can use it as failed. The Constitution did not specify any. So
no, but they anticipated something like that, and that's why they say in the event where the 3 guys, a term of the executive, the top 3 will be over, the board should take charge, or they should be there until their successors are elected. So I don't see. So
who determined that the term is over now? The Constitution says the Constitution, even though the Constitution said give them 3 years term, right?
Mm-hmm. No, 4. The executive 3 and the board 4. According to what I'm reading here, yeah.
Right, and I agree with you. What I'm saying, I want us to peel back to the issue of the Constitution, where the Constitution fails to kind of acknowledge and address some of these issues. And I want people drafting sometimes on these documents. You look ahead. I said it to somebody before. The failure of the craft of the Constitution, because they did not address that. That's why giving rise to all this.
So you want to be specific and say when COVID comes or pandemic comes, X, Y, Z should be done?
No, natural disaster, because there are situations, because there's something that can happen beyond our control. So we cannot. I wish that, or maybe you don't have to specify the particular issue, but COVID-19, nobody expected it, nobody predicted it.
Yeah, okay. Tico, let me bring the next person on if you want to stay on.
No, I want for you to hear what I will say.
Yeah, I want you to stay on. So, Tico, exhaust your thought, and then I'll bring Kudi on.
Okay. Tico, how you doing? Well, you are police. How are you? Okay. See, the question that you're asking, and you're going back and forward, my brother. That the same thing one Reverend Black said again when we went for teleconference one time. We said because we are not friendly, my brother. When we are friendly, we don't want to go back and forward. I'm not telling you no lie. And you really the question you have, where the confusion really comes from in the organization. Right? I believe when we were understanding one another, the general disaster, everybody was still going to be normal as we is until all of our others. Let's be frank. Because the Constitution, if they say incapacitated, if they really understood, but when it comes to the crisis that we are in now, nobody is incapacitated. Let's be frank. That is right. Nobody is incapacitated, but it is because the board and the executive fail to understand one another that what we actually mentioned. So let's be frank. Let's be clear with that. The Constitution never pretend anything that happened to
Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris, I'm not calling you when you say nobody's incapacitated. Then why didn't we go for the convention last year?
Because the convention is national disaster that happened, and there is not nobody fault. And what I'm telling you is true, because after we don't go for convention, the people are trying to say, other people say we will bring internal government because we don't go for convention. Other people say no, it will bring noise. Now the area come here and all the two groups. And what was the if you can make reference to what was the resolution with the earlier what earlier brought is that remember what I said we are not different. Earlier said you can work together but we want to set a guideline. And by right within the process, so if we were training, let's be true here. When we were really training, and they're not no good understanding between us. Everything that we're doing will still be normal. The only thing we got that will control members, so none of them can die in the epidemic, none of them can die in the accident. But our official duty as a board member, as an executive, will continue until even the COVID come to an end. If we were really training, let's be fair. We constitution, we wrote the constitution. The constitution never wrote us. So the national disaster camp will now hold nobody responsible, but if all parties fail to listen to all parties, and there is no good friendship, there is no good understanding between the head of the organization that people go into classes. Because what is going on now, there are billions of members that have nothing to do with that. They don't even know about it. That even they are fed up with it. They are fed with it because we split before coming again. I'm telling you, never sure, bro. So that question you will ask from here to Judgment Day, people will read the Constitution over and over. We read the Constitution, listen to it. People that wrote the Constitution, when they go against it, when all of us will talk about right, if we. That's why I always say that hatred kills where we at now. If we were really free, nobody will even ask a free question, why we don't go vote, why we do this, why we do that. Thank you very much. I'm the way. I rest my case.
All right. Yeah.
So that would have been my follow-up question to you. And just kind of like hit the nail on the head, right? There was to my understanding, I said to be correct, to my understanding, there was a resolution that is between the board of directors and the current leadership, headed by the elders. And
Tito, but there's something I want to make clear here. I wanted to share the elders, the resolutions with you, right? And then I will give you the both sides, the board of directors and the executive that replied to the elders' recommendation, okay?
Okay.
So this is what the elders wrote. Okay, Mr. Jawi, come on, please.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. I think you coach the moderator so well, on something that will make our, let's say, improve our differences, maybe help us to take different directions, Right. But the point is that the Constitution is very clear. Some people want the Constitution to say when it rains, when the air is flood, when people shooting at one another, when there is pandemic, or there is Ebola, etc. Everything is implied. And that was the article that Dyke read. That was when elections are not held and they were successful for the board directions, it can be extended to take charge of the organization. That makes the board a legal entity because similar leverage was not provided by the administration. the administration term ends, it ends. That's what the Constitution says. When a term ends, a term ends. On the other hand, it also stated that when elections are not held and they are both successful for the board duration, the term may be extended. So at this junction, the board term is extended, the administration becomes incapacitated. And that's how the board fit within the category where it said at the beginning that when the administration is incapacitated, the board takes charge of the organization. So everything is understood. But in the first place, why the framers of the constitutions injected something like this in the constitutions? They were considering that there will be some kind of interruption, there will be some kind of disruption, there will be some kind of accident. Right. They were not quite sure what that accident will be. Right. Whether it will be a pandemic, whether it will be an Ebola, or maybe some kind of spray going all around the people can see, it's near to their houses. Some kind of thing they will consider. Some kind of thing appeared to their mind, but they didn't know what that thing to be. And so, under the condition that it was said, it fit this category. So there's no excuse for people to say, oh, you know what? Well, that's pandemic. And everybody, it affected everybody. Yes. That's why the people said that when we did not have election, when everybody is affected, when things are uncontrollable, when we cannot step out, when we cannot get on the flight, when conventions are canceled, there is an entity in these organizations that will take legal charge of the institutions when there is no election. And that is the goal. So what is the issue here?
The issue, I think, is the language people that we do. And for you couldn't have stated it any better. How you kind of like said it, the Constitution and the languages and everything. But having listened to both sides, because for me, I don't make judgment based on just one side of the story. I don't place my judgment upon things that we don't understand. I like to listen to both parties if I can make my own judgment. I think and I stand to be corrected again, if you can help me, same thing. Going back and forth with the issue of and I asked the question about the General Assembly, the elections, and there's not just disaster occurrence with respect to the pandemic that we now face. So, yeah, the people argument is this, and it could be interpreted in so many ways. Your interpretation can be, you can think, say, oh, my interpretation is right. The other man can say, no, yours is wrong, mine is right. So when you have that conflict right there of misunderstanding, there should be someone in the middle to kind of say to both parties down and say, let's get to an agreement. Since the issue is like this, now putting the perspective about it, and I'm going back into the pandemic, I asked the question about and use the word incapacitated. So in that word, and like listening to you, you said the Constitution said, by virtue of the desperation of that time, into in the absence of election, technically, because as far as done right. But now let's go back. Who or when determine when is the current or a particular leadership term expire? Is it not the General Assembly?
No. Let's say it's already by the time we left the national conventions.
The national convention is the General Assembly, right?
Yeah. The term of when we go to elections and you are elected, they put time on your election. They say, Tico, your time will be probably 1 year plus or 2 years plus. So by the time you left the convention, you will have already moved when you should access power. or when your election passed up. So the National Assembly again, of course, they elected you, but the Constitution make that definition anyway, which can be changed by the National Assembly. So when we met enough the quota, the last time we met enough the quota, we had another crisis with respect to the same 10th year. But what the resolution carried enough the quota was that the following year, which was 2020, there will be elections for the entire board of directors. That is the size of the board of directors will be reduced to 9 members in 2020. So we're expecting the entire board expecting elections in 2020. But what has not been abolished is the continuity of the board of directors. The continuity is that no matter under what conditions, no matter how long, whether 100 years or 1 week, no matter how many board members, what has not been changed here is that the fact that the Constitution stated that when successors are not being unless they elected, then the term of the current board director is extended. That has not been changed. Okay, so now what make the guys on the board still legitimate? Okay, I have an issue with that. Help me out here. One of the things you revealed to the listening audience, right? About the issue about the resolution that was agreed upon in North Dakota, we said 2019, right, or 2020. Yeah, the convention of 2019. The resolution will take effect in 2020. 2020. Yeah. So now, why did it not get? Why did it not happen? Is it not because of the same pandemic, right? Yeah, because of the pandemic. Okay, so you are saying they should give, even though there was a resolution signed, that the term should be over 2020, there should be an election where new board members will be voted in. So yeah. You are not giving reference to them, even though under the same context, pandemic, right? But at the same time, saying the current legislature should vacate power with the same thing, pandemic. Isn't that a contradiction, or isn't that something that you got the only taking on the current legislature and then leaving out the board director? Because the thing was clearly stated here as according to you. Yeah. And it should be out too. Okay, we have changed and continued it to go. Let's say everybody was told to be, let's say, to go for re-elections so time. But then the Constitution also stated that why we didn't have elections. Of course, it didn't say the reason, but as I told you, it will have to be something accidental for election not to be held. That means maybe it rained a whole lot, we have floods. Maybe by the time we get to Florida, the roof of the hall is no more there, or maybe the people seal the place, or maybe something happened. That thing was not spelled out in the Constitution, but it has to be something accidental like a pandemic. Right. So what the Constitution provide in case we have situation like that was stated and has not been changed by any resolution of the board is extended. 2020, we did not have election. We didn't have election because it's pandemic, of course, yes, and that's what the Constitution implied. That's one of the aspects. So because it's pandemic, it didn't delegitimize the provision of the Constitution. We stated that when elections are not held, or when there is no successor for the board of directors, the term is extended. It's not illegitimate. The similar thing was said in the case of the administration. We don't have an argument. There's no argument, but it wasn't said. And that makes the board of directors the only legal entities in the institution. So then we can come to incapacitation right now. But right now, the administration is not legal. Since it's not legal, there's incapacitated. And the Constitution stated that when the administrator is incapacitated, the vote is charged. That again make the vote argument better. Right.
All right, Mr. Jawi, let me see somebody just join on the line. Who's that?
Evangelist Carlo.
Oh, Evangelist. Okay, let's give Evangelist the opportunity to speak. Evangelist, what's your take?
Yes, you see, the whole thing we're going back and forth, and then there's no applicable resolution on this issue. This is why today I think some people will go to Florida and some people will go to Minnesota, because the interpretation of that particular clause is creating a lot of problem, you know. And I want all of you to understand that I understand Otto and myself, you know, I want to be very, civil here. Otto and I, Mr. Otto and I discuss this thing. You know, when we talk about continuity, an entity like the board of directors will not exist without the executive. So if you are preaching continuity, with the exception of the executive committee, then why the Freemasons did not even decide that, look, okay, board of directors, you go run the organization. You know, the continuity, listen, I want to be very polite, you know, civil. The continuity of the executive committee is based on general elections, and the assembly, the general assembly, will determine that particular election of the president and his team. But with this COVID, that paralyzes everything in this world, and we seem not to understand all of these things, turning our blind eyes on some of these things. And you are preaching continuity with the exception of the executive committee. So are you saying if the Freemasons had known the continuity you are preaching today, they would not say, oh, okay, we'll have the executive committee to run the organization. So what I'm saying here, your continuity should include the executive committee. So if you say that, okay, because we had that clause, as I stated, it is only protecting members of the board, because for them there are 15 members. Every now and then they are changing. So they are saying that a board member should not leave office until there is somebody to replace him or her. And that's it. And we've been talking this thing over and over, and this is where the organization is going now. And you people are not trying to find a common ground. This is you know, it's disheartening, to say the least.
Evangelist, a quick question.
Yes.
You said the continuity of the board of directors is contingent upon the existing of the board. Why is that so? Or the executive, sorry.
No, I didn't say contingent. I said they should not preach the continuity exclusively from the executive committee, because we coexist.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, go ahead. Let's give both the opportunity.
Thank you, first of all, Reverend, for choosing to be a servant, because the last time, I think you were on different page. First thing first, the board did not write the Constitution, and the board is not going to edit the Constitution at this time. What was written and meant to be implemented. We cannot retroact the law, in other words. And the Constitution is very clear. The Constitution states that
when there is no successor for the board of directors, a term may be extended. Now you guys want to oversize the pandemic so much that like it was impossible to happen. It's not impossible. That's something we experience in life, like any other accident. It's like the Ebola. It's like TB going all around. It's like the flu. It's like anything accidental that would have stopped anybody from going to school, from going to the farm, from any normal activities for that matter. Yes, it did stop us. But what the premise of our Constitution did for
Mr.
us?
Jawi.
Yeah?
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me put somebody on the line. Hold on a second, please.
You are continuing to say the Constitution, but where Mr. Carter just stated that it's not exclusive. You cannot preach continuity just by focusing on the full membership. He's saying those people are coming now and come here. So this is the basis I'm establishing that when there's no successor, the whole term is extended. Now, similarity was not set for the administration. Listen. Then the Constitution turned around. Now, so at this point, the board is the only legal entity next to the National Assembly. The Constitution said it turned around. It said when the administration is incapacitated, the board takes charge of the leadership. That's why it said it's clear. It said when the administration is incapacitated, the board becomes the administration. So who am I now, to edit the Constitution to say no, the Constitution, you are wrong? I'm sorry. It may be better in the future. These are some of the things that we have to deal with in forthcoming conventions, and that's why it was very necessary for Mr. Carter and the others who are going the direction in the organization who have chosen to go to Florida. So no, you know what? Something happened to our constitutions. We have to amend it. We made a mistake. We didn't consider the idea that this would have happened. But this is what they said. It's very wrong. I don't think this is what school power said. Can we do something to amend it? Then we deal with that. But we cannot be in the middle of the game. Then we change the rules. You can't change the rules. The Constitution is clear. When the administration is incapacitated, the vote is the administration.
So, Mr. Jawi.
Right now,
Mr. Jawi.
Who are you to change it right now?
Mr. Jawi. Mr. Jawi.
Yeah.
Let's bring the former president, Honorable Baku, is on the line. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Dad, thank you very much. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you. Okay, I want to thank the brother who posed that question, and I want to thank Evangelist Carlo. But what is missing is that this organization is a 501c3 style organization. So the board is the overseer over the administration. That's why the president reports to the board. And the Constitution is clear, because the board is the overseer to watch over the operation of the organization. So if any member of the board time expires, that person should be replaced before that the certain board member or the person who time expires to vacate the office. Now, here's the thing. People are saying, okay, pandemic, yes. Unforeseen circumstances, yes. But the Constitution, they make it clear. They say the administration or president, the those that elected within, they have 3 years. So within that 3 years, when the 3 year ends, they get a right to seek re-election. But they can't seek re-election more than 3 times. That's the Constitution. Now, the Constitution, the pandemic happened, and the board have been flexible. The board didn't just go to invoke the Constitution. But the president when the president time was getting over, and we know that there will be no election, they both engaged the president. They engaged the executive. They say, let us come together and see how we can move forward. That within that time, the elders came in. When the elders came in, the call meeting, we went to meeting, we discussed, so okay, some people say, how you call it, interim leadership. And some of us say no. So let us see the way forward. So the elders make a recommendation to the both parties, to both the board and the executive. The board just claim say, well, no, we at our time explaining all this, that. No, the board didn't do that. When they make the recommendations, the board accepted the recommendation. And in that recommendation, they outline certain things there. The number one is the board and the executive should continue to work together until election.
Please repeat that. Please repeat that.
Yeah, I'll repeat that. Say the board and the executive should continue to work together until election. That's number one. The second number that there is, there should be no withdrawal from the account of the organization until new officers are elected. Okay? The board responded to the executive, to the elders, and said, okay, because of peace, we agree. The executive wrote the elder, and they said, no, they're not taking, they will not accept that. They will not accept the recommendation of the elders. But what they're going to do, and they outline what they say they're going to do. So now they violate that particular thing they push it, carry around, the board or the elders saying they say they should continue. So you can't cherry pick. They say they were not accepting no guidelines. Yet and still, the elders were negotiating with the president. But what prompted the board decision is that the president authorized or withdrawing from the account. That's the main. But the board disapproved. And you went and withdrew the money. It's a violation. And even if you never checked, the general was supposed to.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, we are leaders in this place, and a leader should be a level-headed person. Level-headed means that I'm Carol.
Okay.
Evangelist Carol. I say a leader should be a level-headed person. Level-headed means that you will be able to see danger and recognize the danger. And this is where we are going. You said that there was an unauthorized withdrawal from the bank accounts. Can you give any specific information on that? Will you be specific?
Okay. Number one, the first money that was there are other things that happen, but we don't really take into consideration. The president and his people, they withdraw $200, $300 there, and when they get a report, we see that. But those are minor figures. But the number one thing was we have a meeting and then agree on the meeting that there should be $250, $2,500 should be withdrawn to be given to a particular person who was sick. They call it teleconference. We discussed that. People on the teleconference, they agreed. But then they bring it to the board. So in the board meeting, we suggested that, okay, even in our teleconference, some people suggested that too. So, okay, there's not only one person sick. So since this is a new thing that we want to do, it's not in the constitution, but we want to come together to see what we can do. So what we can do, let's take a list of all the type of people that we know sick. Then we agree on the amount and share with them. Even if that $10, $5, somebody get fined. But we're not being fair.
Let me hold you this.
I don't finish yet. You asked me that number one thing I'm telling you. So with the board wrote the executive that they should hold on, let us get the listing of the people. They responded and said they can't do it. because that money are being approved. They withdraw the $2,500 and say they already disbursed the money to the person that the money is supposed to go to. And number one, the board told them to hold the money. They refused. They withdrew that money and disbursed the money. Number three, the second thing, the president wrote a voucher, and the board said it was not necessary to go to Liberia now because we are in a tentative place. Let us think about the election. After the election, if you want to go to Liberia, you can go. In the first place, he didn't discuss with anybody. He just sent a voucher of about $7,000. The board denied the voucher. They went around and took the money. That's a violation. So those are two references I can give you. Okay, let me the moderator. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you permit me 2 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, Tigo.
Yeah, now, good afternoon, Mr. Baku. I just where you been? So, yeah, go ahead. I don't know. Do it, Tigo. I joined Tigo. This is Samuel Squad. Oh, okay. Now, listening to you, after you asked for farmer, I was thinking back to Puto's point, but before I get to Puto, I want to kind of point out to perspective the issue about agreement, right? Before I get to what was spent and what was not agreed upon. So now, in your explanation just now, you said there was a resolution years back that both parties work together, and that recommendation, not resolution, it was recommendation from the elders. Okay, well, recommendation from the elders that both parties should work together until election, right? Right, but they refused that. So that deed was broken, it was scattered, it's not in place because they refused. I got communication to that. Yes, again, who's sitting now? Who is this? The executive, the president, they wrote a letter that they're not going to abide by the rule. In fact, they don't want the elders to do anything.
Mr. President, Tigo.
Yeah.
Let me read the response. Let me read reply from both sides so you can hear it from what the president referring to. The elders. I don't want to go through all the guidelines here, but the elders got here number one, that we stand by our elders' recommendation that your two groups work together until general elections are held pending the eradication and resolution of the coronavirus, right, or crisis. That number one recommendation from the elder. Number two, they say a joint board of directors and executive meeting be called ESA. At the meeting, a joint working committee will be set on to draft guidelines. That's two. I think I jump here. So. And another one again said that the concerned elder group be allowed to be part of the working and all guidelines drafting committee. Number 5, they said that this working committee or joint committee reports to the association within 3 weeks. That besides the ongoing nursing quarter project, no new project should be undertaken during this period. They will also say that part of the terms of reference for that setup committee be A, come out with a timetable for the executive to report on the financial position of the association. B, come out with a timetable for the executive to report on the work of the COVID-19 relief committee, including the starter of the approved $10,000. C, come up with a timetable for the appointment of the election commission. D, other activities for the smooth operation of the association, such activities could include but not limited to events regarding deaths and illnesses of members and their relatives. E, that the joint working committee is not a standing committee and will be dissolved immediately after the completing the drafting. Okay, now so here the reply now from the both sides. So let me read the reply. So the board said, after receiving that, the board said, dear Reverend John Black, the concerned elders of the Southport community in America, dear Reverend John Black, on behalf of the board of directors of the USAA, I would like to inform you that after a careful review of your recommendation to the directors and the executive committee of USAA, designed to help move USA forward. The directors have resolved to accept and support the recommendations. Thank you very much for your time and efforts. May God continue to bless you with wisdom. Sincerely, ESOTERIC, Chairman of the Board of Directors, USA. Now, the reply of President Gio. Okay, you got to understand here, the elder wrote, I think the time is very important here. The elder wrote, their communication was September 12, 2020, right? The board replied October 6, 2020. President Gio replied January 23, 2021. Okay? Look at the time different. Okay, now, so Green Gio said, Dear elder group or team, this communication says as a response to the communication enshrined in your report dated September 12, 2021. They repeated the other day, right? 2020. We want to sincerely thank you for the role you have played thus far for the mediating between the executive officers and members of the board of directors to ensure consistency in our noble union. They say, having thoroughly perused your revised recommendation, we are pleased to make the following modifications/determinations. Number one, that we agree that the executive officers and the board of directors remain in power and work together until general elections are held pending the eradication and resolution of the coronavirus crisis. Two, that with the conference, somebody get a device. Okay, with the confidence and assurance accorded us, the executive and board of directors work together seamlessly. We humbly propose that you, the elder, do not form part of the working and guidelines drafting committee. We will form a working and /joint committee that will effectively work on the guidelines. We will certainly beseech your views when deemed necessary. Three, that the initial project agreed upon by the assembly prior to the stalemate due to COVID-19 pandemic deaths in our community and other unrestrained situations be implemented by the executive and board of directors. Four, that we will implement all other impending projects that are culturally appropriate for the betterment of our community and its people. Five, that a financial report has already been conveyed to the board of directors. Sincerely, Gio, National President, USA. Okay, those are the communications from both sides. You can now go ahead.
So, yeah, thank you for laying out everything. So, let's just say what you just outlined, right? Mm-hmm. We can simply say they agree to the recommendation made by the elders, right? In terms of the continuation of the leadership in consultation with the board of directors, right? We can simply say that.
No, but the elders say no new projects, but the guy said all projects will be implemented. So it's a contradiction. But go ahead.
First, let's go by line. Right? But that agreed, God, that they agreed that they are willing to work with the board of directors until the elections are held. Am I business? Isn't that what you just read?
Yeah, but the board asked them to set an election commission and they refused to do that.
Chico, the thing is that Chico, let me just say something. In conflict resolution, if you no recommendation, once you return one, it becomes null and void. You gotta go to the back of the drawing table. You can't cherry pick. That's our problem. The only one that was but you can't do anything.
All right, go ahead, Evangelist, go ahead.
You see, the thing is, you talk about resolutions, and those are recommendations. You know, we are distinct entities operating within the same organization. We have our opinions on issues. The Elder Council, they were called in and they drafted that particular recommendation, but they wanted to form part of that. You understand? So you cannot be a player and a referee at the same time. You know, Ecomo did not do that when they went to Liberia.
But the elders are not players, though. The elders cannot be considered players. Huh?
Okay. With respect to the project, the nursing quarter was not anything new. But the elders say in their recommendations that no new project should be undertaken. Standard language. So, for instance, if you have that FSA, in honor scanning, you have to go back to that and ask the elder council what the name or what that recommendation meant at that time. That no new recommendation, that's the project. The nursing quarter was not something new. It was something that was ongoing. You understand? This Obaku. So it was not something new. Don't say it was new. But so the nursing quarter was $7,000 that remains to be and that was
Yeah. But the elders, I mean, eventually, let's make that clear. Yeah, come in before you come. Yeah. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, I'll come in. Hold on. All right. Eventually, we want to make that thing clear. They say besides the ongoing nursing quarter project, no new.
Okay, listen. Okay,
yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Besides the ongoing nursing quarter.
Right.
So the dedication of that nursing quarter is part of that whole stuff.
No. Inventing your own thing now.
What are you talking about? That English is speaking.
That was $7,000 remaining for them to disperse. There was $7,000 left for the final payment of that nursing quarter.
This is why you should have done. You should have asked the elder council. You should have asked the elder council. No, because the language was not clear to you.
$7,000 to report. To pay to the contractor, and then you have the two things that are outstanding. That was $7,000 to make payment to the contractor, which is the final payment, and then you have the financial report to submit to the board. That's the two things. So why don't you council say, okay, the last payment that what they were referring to, that it
was not specified. Was it specified
or something like that?
Yes, but eventually, I don't know. They say they cleared though.
Let's go one at a time now.
Right.
So the issue about new projects, I think that where the confusion is at, right? So what do we define as new project? And like Mr. Carter said, right, there were already approved projects that are supposed to. You cannot, even if you make a recommendation, if the project was already approved, why would the elder then say they should suspend it? That in fact they were already approved. So with respect to the new project, yes, I understand that there should be no new project. And I don't think that the leadership had a problem with it. But with the issue of approved project, then you cannot recommend to them say it should be suspended or it should be put to hold.
Yeah, Tico.
The project you talking about, that 1 second. The project, the $30,000 were approved. So the $30,000 they used, the banner was $7,000. Even if we send that $7,000 voucher to the board, we approve it. It disbursed that. So that is done. But you're not going to go in the account again. You say you're taking money to book dedicated or nursing quarter. That is a complete new thing. And you send it to the board. That new it's not a new project. That new money. But it's not the project, right?
All right, guys. I'm in charge here. Mr. Bot Jawi. After that, James Yonte.
Yeah, it's very clear. You understand, Tico? Yeah. Even when we found out $7,000 that, let's say, President Obago spoke about, the last meeting that was held, some board members were skeptical that the virus was going on and Monero was at standstill. I think it was the time the people started, disconnecting the traffic from Monero to the sub-regions. So I was skeptical that yes, there was no reason to spend to disperse that money at the time because we are not quite sure what would have been the circumstances so that we can go into loss. Right, you understand? So I mean, it was something that we were talking about with the concern that some of us raised with the head of council. It was at this point that the head of council recommended that after that final amount is being dispersed, there should be no further spending again. So we understand that we have a lot of things that are supposed to be done, let's say for the bidding. First of all, now it's not being furnished. We have not planted the grass. Other things are not being done. But when it comes to the construction of that building, we have had a closure. So whatever you intend to do again will be a different budget. Those were the spending that the head of council were affording because of the situation time that there will be no further undertakings until the virus is over. And we had a gentleman understanding about that. The next day, they came up with this budget. But even if they came up with this budget, they all had the fiduciary responsibility when it comes to disbursement. All came up and rejected it. Why didn't you come to the head of council? If you think that project was legitimate, you would have come to the head of council and say, look, no, this is the question. You guys approved this thing here. Now we forward this to the board, they rejected it. Can you get involved? You didn't do that. Upon the rejection of the budget, you went ahead and withdraw the money. That's an impeachable offense. You don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So that means you cannot save the administration from anything. If we have a closure, we did the final, or let's say spending of the budget that the head of council talked about, and based on that, in order to avoid further spending, the board rejected the budget. When they rejected the budget, you couldn't reject budget, you couldn't remain, start interaction. That's not what you do. There has to be further engagements. Right. So they violated the laws. They violated agreements.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, Madison, before the guy come up.
Yeah, James, go ahead. James, turn.
Okay, Evangelist Carter, right? Yes. Okay, I got a few questions for you. Number one question is, what is your point? That's number one question. Number two question is, I want you to specifically clarify the $3,000 that was someone to give to Kali Chebele. What happened to that $3,000? Then I want you to go back again into the Constitution and look at that any chapter leader, president, cannot take more than $500 from the account without the board approval.
Including the national president.
Including national president. And our national president received a $3,000 from Minnesota chapter president Robert Tubal. I want you to answer those questions, where that money go. And the last question to this, the $10,000 that was given for the coronavirus release, what happened with the report for those things? I want you to answer that question, then I'll go to the next brother.
Okay, let me start with the coronavirus money, the 10,000. What I know, I'm not running the treasury department, but what I know, a meeting was conducted, and we wanted to send the money. But the people on the ground, the United SUCCUBUS Association, or the affordable leadership in Liberia, they say they will not hold the money, they will not hold the physical cash unless we buy the rice or the items, and we should tell them to go and collect those items at a specific destination. Now, with that, we were not on the ground, we were depending on them, but they didn't say decline. So the money was not sent. And according to some of them, they were making recommendations that they don't want sundown rice, they want this, they want that. You know, you that is suffering and somebody wants to help you, you don't come up with preferences. So I would say, with absolute certainty that money did not go and it was not withdrawn from the bank, because there was nobody from the leadership level to take responsibility of receiving the money. Number one. Wow.
So did the executive report to the board that the money wasn't withdrawn from the account?
Who's talking?
The moderator did. The moderator did the executive report to the board that the money wasn't withdrawn from the account.
The money was not withdrawn.
Yeah, I understand that part. I said, did you guys communicate with the board of directors?
The board is aware of that. They know that the money was not withdrawn.
No, did you make a report? My question is, did you report to the board that the money wasn't withdrawn?
I don't know about that. Number two. What I know, the money was not withdrawn. It was not taken from the bank. It stayed there, and it was not sent to Liberia because the leadership there failed, and there were a lot of things we were trying to do to get in contact with private individuals. But those private individuals must have a kind of bank account. But through that, everything went on without achieving anything, and the whole process, subsided, and we decided not to send the money. With respect to Guy Jebedi, we are running the organization not based on friendship or cohesion. Guy Jebedi, the former president, Madam Jebedi, let me very honest here, said that she will not accept some people monies will pay her own money. She says she had already bought a ticket. She will pay her own money, and that word went out. So, and we observed that she was coerced by the board to accept that money because somebody was going to Liberia from the executive side, which was the bad president. So we thought it wise that look, we had to be very polite, and woman that who is seeking political relevance, who said that without travel board money, she had already bought a ticket. It was not necessary for the board members to force her to accept that money. If we put that on tomorrow, and it did not really speak well for her.
Evangeline, so what did you guys do with the money?
That's not true.
Evangeline.
No, President, let the man speak out. Please, let the man. I mean, I don't care. We don't agree with the man, but let the man.
Evangeline, before the other people came, my question. So, what did you guys do with the money?
It was not withdrawn. The money is there.
Okay. All right. Okay.
How will you pay somebody way? How will you decide to pay somebody way and that person has already paid his own way or way to go to Liberia?
Okay, let's go to the next one.
You guys are preaching. You guys are preaching. I need to get it, man.
Mr. Kala is protected. Mr. Kala is protected, please. Yes.
Yes, I'm a lonely person here. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. So, what happened to the 3,000 from Minnesota?
Well, that 3,000 issues, I think it was a kind of, it was a kind of thing that went on in Minnesota. I think the president there handled it professionally, and there was a committee. I think a committee was set up. Am I right?
No,
you're wrong. The committee was set up. A committee was set up to investigate the issue.
I'm going to hold you on that. Evangeline, I got to hold you on that because I live in Minnesota here and I was one of the members here. So I want you to speak to Tim that you were present. I don't want you to speak to Tim that you was not present. Because number one here is the first thing you are the phone? Evangelist.
I'm here for them.
More people will look up to you when they say evangelist and they get that name. So I want you to speak to Tim that you were present.
I want to get you in first.
I want you to say Tim that in your present. Don't go with they say. Because when you say they say, who is talking this? Who is talking?
Identify yourself, please.
This is Jimmy. I didn't want to propose a question to you, and you're trying to tell me.
Yeah.
And I was just as a member of the chapter here in Minnesota. there was no one committee was set up. So my thing to you here, I said, brother, this is F5. Let's forget the other part. If anytime you hear something, if you are not part of it, I don't want you to be guaranteed to say there was something committee set up.
No, listen.
The first it was right. It was something I with it.
Listen now. Milton wrote, a few other people wrote the book.
No, I wrote the book. I wrote the book.
I mean Milton. I said Milton.
No, Milton did not wrote the book. I wrote the book.
As who now?
As the member of the chapter. And I said,
I'm dealing with official people that intervene.
I wrote the book as an official to members in Minnesota, seeing the corruption in the chapter, and I wrote the book for investigation. And Milton then was assigned on that case to investigate.
That's true. That's how it happened. Okay. So they carried the findings to the board of directors. And up to this time, we didn't know what the board said. I don't know what is going on here in that place. I want to be very diplomatic. But I know Milton submitted a report concerning that. And that report was submitted to the board of directors. So if you want to find out about that, you can ask the board what their address is on the issue.
Well, Mr. Carlo, let me find a correction first. The number one point of correction is the relief package. What happened in the first place is that Milton was the one who drained this package. His drain was around $30,000. He put it forth. The board went to work and gave assigned responsibility to the administration to do the designing of the relief package in terms of cost, in terms of the amount, and what have you. The administration refused. They said this idea did not come from them. They have no idea why and how and when. So the board was the one who dreamed about it. The board didn't want to take responsibility. Based on that, the board came up with an intrigued administrations and board committee to take responsibility as to how to go about the project and the package. That committee's recommendation was $7,000 first. When we called the final meeting, the chairman of the board intervened. I gave the size of the sample trap where we have 6 different elements, some of which are not innocent or let's say counted. Instead of $7,000, we should extend the package to $10,000. The net or unanimous consent of both entities. Now, at that time, since let's say the board had responsibility, the board has already made arrangement in Liberia with people to take charge of the relief package in terms of distribution. If I'm not mistaken, the chair of that committee in Liberia was Honorable Richard Banton. The guys are already postured and ready to receive the package. It was at this junction the administration said no. It wasn't the board responsibility to decide who received the package in Liberia. They would take charge. It was a tested argument at the time between the board that was coming up at the time between the board and the administration. Some of them called us from the administration and they were threatening. Well, we play with them and this will happen. That sounds more vital. I personally called Chairman Sabi and told him, no, you need to buy them. Let the administration take charge. They told us that they would have sent the package through the sample affordable in Liberia. Up to now, as we speak, like the rightfully asked, they have not come back to tell the board what has been count of the package. For every time we try to engage them in a conference, for every time we try to engage as to what happened, they avoided the discussion until up to date. When it comes to the $3,000 thing, the Constitution is very clear. And the national constitution is not different from the local constitution. It's the same constitution. That applies to the national, also applies to the local. You are not supposed to withdraw $500 without the consent of the board. Local chapter in Minnesota withdrew $3,000 that the president was aware of. Now you can be charged for aiding and abetting. $3,000 they withdrew. It's a serious violation. It was Milton who came up and reported it. We assigned a committee to that. That's a serious violation. But every time we bring a boy, this try to, let's say, instigate, or let's say, a heated argument. They got it by everything you're talking about. Thank God you talk about French. This is not a French administration. What is the evidence you have to produce that Ghana refused? Somebody came on the discussion table and made something a statement. Maybe you have a frustration. Is that something you want to capitalize on and act as administration? You kept your lives in the administration. Yes, you act. They can't write you a letter that I don't need the $2,000 because I have my own money. We all were discussing, and some people felt that there was no reason to send delegation to Liberia. Some people said there was no reason to send the additional delegation because the chairlady was there. Because let's say my cousin Kamala Shiba was there.
I'll oppose to that. To be very honest, I'll oppose to that.
No, let him finish. That's something to say to it. Yeah, that's something to say.
That was already there. We have that of people. Some people are concerned. What is me of spending additional $6,000? We could like maybe the $6,000 we could have even added to the already $5,000 we're selling to the family to make it $11,000. There was no need to send anybody. It was at that point that Ghana made a comment in the terms of, I think you guys have enough money. See how money you've been asking, the $3,000. And that time the board not even decided, I'm not choosing Ghana yet. You know what I'm saying? But the agreement in black and white, was one person from the board, one person from the administration. You want to work and get the person from the administration, you give their money to them. And deny the board the money.
Can I go to the next guy for my question?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah. What happened?
Is it Boto?
Yeah, this Boto. My
Yeah.
phone went out.
Yeah, I think, yeah. That's why I brought you back on. Go ahead.
Okay. So you went away. You gave the brother from the administration his money to go to Liberia. You went, he returned, and you denied Ghana. On a deadline, the money, it's not about Ghana, it's about the representation of the board. You understand? First of all, you call the board to say, no, you know what? This is what Ghana said. Ghana sent a letter. She said she's not going to Liberia. Who else your guy? Did you do that? You didn't do that. Up to now, you still keep the money. And these are some of the things that we're problem in the organization because you want to do things outside of the agreement, outside of norms, outside of resolutions, outside of constitutional requirements. And that's wrong. You guys always refer to this is a family organization. No. If any business that got $100,000 is more than family organization. Some association is much.
Very positioned to answer that question. What step has the board taken towards that allegation in Minnesota?
I can answer that question. I'm aware of that.
Mr. Boto City, he is a member of the board. Mr. Bojo,
I'm a member of the board too.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Boto kept going back and forth. Let me see. Yeah, but for whatever, Mr. Jawi.
Yeah.
Yeah, for whatever reason, when you get on there, you can put the conference on hold. I don't know why.
Okay, all right. I think I have enough time. Thank you for the night, anyway.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. Who was on the floor?
Is that it's the same thing we're talking about, because Minnesota has a president, and that president technically should be reporting to the national president. So it's the national president who's supposed to, through him, to investigate and report to the board. That's what happened. But the recommendation is that they say the money should be repaid. But the executive didn't want to address that. Now, since I have the floor, let me speak to the college money thing. The board approved the money for 2 people to travel to Liberia. If even college say I got ticket already, that's not any reason she can be reimbursed, because she was selected to go and represent the United Succubus Association. But the administration decided to pay the transportation for the vice president to go, or refused to pay or to get college with the money on ground that they say the treasurer says college insulted him. So until she apologizes to him, he will not release the money. So the general, the coordinator of myself, I said, but Chris, the thing you're talking, that even making sense. Why insulting somebody that do an operation of the Succubus Association? So why are you saying talk to Darren says he can't do it? So I said, Darren and the president will get the power. But because you don't want to do it, and that's a fact. Administratively, that's an insubordination to the president. But probably he doesn't know that. Or he want to use Darren's situation to not to get the money. That's the only thing I can derive of. Because all of them, I talked to the vice president, and the thing, the way they get talked, I said, it had nothing to do with that. The board approved the money, and Darren had no right to refuse to disperse that money. Okay, administratively, you can't do that. You, the president, you should have taken a stand. The president should have taken a stand, because the president said too, he got access to that account. But all of them put together because they don't want to get the money. That's it.
All right. Okay, Mr. President. Tico, are you still on the line?
Yeah.
Okay, give your closing talk, please. I'll bring the next person. I have to wrap up for the night.
I know. The message had a question for me, but anyway, that's more.
Okay, let Jay ask a question, and then make use the opportunity to just close up.
Okay. Hey, sir, think of something else. Okay. My first question to you is, all these questions, all these wraparound monkey van you got around the street, what is the main point? That's number one. Number two is, are you aware all the violations that the president, the national presidents are committed in this organization? That's the 2 questions I get for you.
Well, you said your first question, let me address the first question. You said, going on everything I was trying to inquire here, and the point I was trying to lay out is where's my pinpoint, right? That was your question?
Yes. Yeah.
So as a Sapo man, let me put it in that way. First and foremost, by virtue of my association and my lineage to the tribe, I think I found myself in the rights to require or to ask anything like that has to do with concern and problem within our tribe. So based on that basis, I decided to ask the question, and I've been asking my good friends to talk about this issue. Another thing, we're all young, I don't consider myself, but I'm in the age where I think at this time, I, as a concerned person, as a concerned Sapo president, I'm a concerned Sapo, and I see this thing happening, I want us to, instead of going back and forth about that the issue that can be agreed upon, that we can table, we shouldn't be going longer ahead with at each other, to stay, especially people going as far as being personal and all this. It's not for the purpose of the organization. And overall the crowd itself. So to answer your question, as a concerned person, to sample people on there, you know, one of the reasons why I chose tonight to come on the platform to ask that if that may answer your question. The second part of your question, as far as me gathering information before I start making a point, yes, I've talked to myself, had this conversation before. Paris is a close friend of mine, and I live in the Minnesota area. I go to their location, and I hear this conversation. On the other hand, sometimes going the defense of the board of directors. But I think where I'm saying the division is the lack of agreement and lack of people coming to table this issue. I know there are some constitutional violations as clearly stated by Puto and Mr. Obaku. But at the end of the day, we found ourselves within a situation where there was a pandemic. And I said, based on that, I think the body needs to come together and say, because of this, let us find a way to move forward. That is my concern. And that is upon which I decided, and I feel like as a group, as people, we should kind of do things to forge ahead. Now, the end of my closing point, since I had the opportunity, thanks for the opportunity for allowing me to come on and tell Mr. Obaku, Mr. Kala, my big brother and my big father, I will consider him, and the rest of the guys, Uncle Jawi, my cousin, and the rest of the people on the platform, those who are listening, the young people. And each person listening, and everyone else understands that. We are a very small group of people. This back and forth issue about people not coming to agreement, people having issue with getting stuff that's being handled in the proper way. I just feel like it is hurting our society, it's hurting our people, and it's hurting our groups. We need to find a way to address these issues in an applicable way that no one person feelings can be hurt, or people can put them bury their ego. People should bury their ego and come to the table. And that's find solutions to some of these things. My dad always behind me said, "I'll always be behind me. Why can't you be part of this type of organization? You're a young man, you seem to be one of the active members." I'm talking to my friend, we discussing. I outlined my condition as to why I don't want to be part because of the little thing. So if we can address the common thing, how much more we'll be able to address something bigger. That's my disappointment, and again, thanks to everybody for listening. I hope we can find a solution to the issue about the leadership and the board of director and everything else that involves the Sabu people. Thank you for the opportunity,
Tico, before you go quickly, given your proximity to Darius and the other guys, have you tried to prevail on them to alter course?
Who now?
Darius, you're closer to those guys, and giving all the infractions. Have you tried talking to them to see reason to come to the convention in Florida or something like that, or to that nature?
And to that point, and thanks for Mr. Obaku that provides information on which I'm going to use to lower them to a table where we can have this. I think he stated that there is certain thing as far as violation. I want to get the perspective on that because in their defense, according to them, that the leadership. Was he confident? I'm confused as with respect to that.
All right, fair enough.
Yes, you see, we don't want confusion in the whole thing. You see, if people can remember, I was brought in this organization by Madam FRANCESS. For me, you can ask Bodo. I've been in the place for a long time. I was giving myself away because of some of these things. But once we are humble, we are humble. We are committed people. And once we say that we'll, help to promote the image of the organization, we'll promote it no matter how difficult it is. So Mr. Obako, you being former president, you have, power, you have respect, you have a lot of influence, as well as Mr. Sabi. We should try and find a common ground. I discussed with Grand Budio, Jarex, on so many occasions. I even discussed with Mr. Sabi for 45 minutes. I'm trying to reach you. Let us try and find a common ground, because according to the Grand Budio, who I believe you know very well, he said because of the pandemic and we don't have the election, everything else, including the constitution, it's not functioning. It's not functioning. So it is time now for common sense. Let us work out common sense, because we should have the elections should have been held 2020, and because of the COVID, there were no elections. And you guys are preaching continuity. So if you preach continuity, whereby the assembly we should have conducted an election that should have replaced Mr. Geleo or reinstate Mr. Geleo. And because of the horrible, terrible sickness that came, and you people are start stepping in, and you preaching continuity, I don't think you two are doing a service to the Southern people. So what I want to do, I want you to do, that letter you people send, you resend it. Because if you say that I'm not working as the plan or the executive committee, then we are not together still. So we send the letter, then we'll work on the Florida issue. The reason why I'm saying this, we are running a non-profit organization.
Eventually, I had to do that, but when you say rescind it, the one they sent to the bank or the one they sent to the president, which one? The letters.
What?
I said the boss sent a couple of letters. When you say rescind letter, do you want the one they sent to the bank or the one they sent to the president? Which one you say they should rescind?
The one that they said we are not in power.
Okay.
Listen, I'm a different guy. I have no reason of coming here. I have no reason. But the fact that you are claiming supremacy over the executive committee. The executive committee should have continued based on elections. And because of the pandemic, there were no elections. And you know very well that the venue of the poll, even we should have gone to Florida last year and there were no elections on the poll. So why give you that right to say you are continuing? Because that particular clause, the Constitution, it's not the Constitution. It's not the Constitution. If these issues are not resolved, we are here to make peace. If the issue is not resolved, then we will go to Minnesota. And you go with your constitution. You go to Minnesota because one thing we know, your term expired. So if you cannot find a common ground, if you're not a level-headed person and find a common ground, then you are splitting the organization.
So, Evangelist.
So
Evangelist. Let me bring one person about which document are you operating on when you go to Minnesota?
I want to close.
Please end. Let me get the next person, please.
Yeah. So my appeal here is for us to find a common ground, because everybody knows that you are illegitimate because there was no election last year, as well as the executive, but we are continuing our services based on the agreement of the Federal Council. So you must see reason to convince your police on the book.
Okay, all right, thank you. James, okay. Your turn. I'm out of town now. It's 12 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Thanks to all these people that have been listening all around the world and in America. Thank you very much for listening. But this is it, though. The fact that the evangelist won his praying job, we have to understand something here. We can't continue to do the same thing and looking for a different result. And somebody, evangelist, once you asking the former president to do whatever to bring us together, I want you to look in the mirror and look at yourself and say, look, I'm a man of God, and I stand for peace, and I stand in the middle of every crisis. I'm neutral. I'm not a side taker. And look in the face of this guy and tell them, look, first of all, you withdraw money from the account. That's unconstitutional. You accept bribery because if somebody gave you $3,000, you told the people to run the Constitution and you're not abiding by the Constitution. That is wrong. You know, if you say the truth to the people, you're the same people can preach you or say the truth set us free. But if you can tell the truth set us free and you can tell the truth, so how can you tell the truth? How will we go to church on Sunday mornings and you're teaching your lies? Everything you teach us in Sunday schools and church, it's not right. If we get low in the face of the people who do the wrong thing, I understand you want your job, but to get your job, you have to complain. You have to complain and say, look, we did wrong, and we accept the wrongdoing. We don't want to separate the group or the organization. So let's all come together. Green, Robert, order off. We wrong. Let's apologize to these people, the simple people. You know, one thing that I want you guys to know, to understand today, we are in America, Minnesota, whatever it is, we're going to go back home. Whatever record you put on yourself today, it will continue. Some people can't forget. And I will appeal to every one of you that stand behind Green, because when you talk this thing, when he hear it, it begins to jack up. So you're the man of God. You are the one that's supposed to stay straight. Because two things. First of all, I know you so good. I've been knowing from my childhood. Nobody will want to tell me, say, you will look at truth and turn your back. Somebody can put my head on a chopping board I can put my head on a chopping board for Milton Shibet. But now I can't put mine. So I'm asking you as an evangelist, a pastor. So I'm asking you to speak the truth to this guy, that we all can come together. That this money that in the account here is for simple people. That simple people money, poor people, single mother, people who have 3 children with no husband. They all get this money here. So please, I'm begging you, use the Bible. Use the Bible that you know how to use best to talk to your brothers and sisters who trying to split the whole thing. Because matter of fact, it's you the one that we need to use to be able to talk to these people. Because you're the one who will run to tomorrow because you are men of God. That's our life research. So if you can't tell the truth, then there's no reason we talk about we need to put it together. It don't work that way. That's number one. Number two here before I close. The main thing we need to be talking, the main solution is to secure our money. Because all the drama that going on here is now somebody a friend or somebody not a friend. It's not the problem. The main problem is these guys, when we go on our left side, they go on the right side, they got control of the money. You will give money here, don't worry about it. You will give this money, and nothing can come out of it because there's a whole lot of presidents that ate money before. But they got a huge money this time around. So for that reason, the men and skin are itching. I say I did my mom the other time. When 3 of them divided money going to 10 grand. But 50 of them divided 6 grand each.
Thank you, man. I gotta go. Let the next person. Who the last person? Mr. President, please close up. Yeah.
Yeah, let me just close on this. The only thing, or I heard what our evangelist said. But you see, the only way the organization will continue to exist is for us to follow the Constitution. And the decision they both took is not just because of Geleo, but any other president who will violate the Constitution should be dealt with. Okay? That's the main thing, because the main reason that we're having a confusion is the money. But I can show the sample people. If people who are signatory to our account think that they can just take the money and go, it's not true. Okay, we are in the country is a country of law, and we make sure that the law takes its course. So, everybody should advise those, Mr. Geleo, an official, let me come to Florida so that they will go to the election. If Mr. Geleo wins, he will continue. But we're not coming to Florida if you don't resend. We're not coming to Florida if you don't resend that letter.
Eventually, you are not protected. Eventually, you are not protected.
Yeah, well, that's what I have to say.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you for your participation. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got to do my last talking point before I go. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. You heard from the people, all the great things they were on tonight, debating the issue. We have to talk the last one here before we go. You know, you can't make an allegation against Dr. Ayopoda without Dr. Ayopoda debunking you, and so we have to debunk. So I call this exorcising the succubus of lies from the bank of Pastor Paul. Okay, that's my closing. The last one I'll be dealing with. But you know, I call myself the high priest of the Voice of SINOE, and I am the high priest because I represent the ancestors, and so because I'm about to do exorcism or conduct exorcism, and to exorcise basically is to get rid of something, a demon that is in somebody. And so I want to do Afrocentrically, exorcise the demon that has made one of our pastors to come here and say things that are not factual. And so before I begin the exorcism, I want to start with a prayer, and not a Christian prayer. I'm praying to the elders of the Sapo land. And so shall we pray? All people of the Sapo land, the elders of the Sapo land, our ancestors, you sent me here to say the truth to the people. One of your sons went astray, and you have instructed me to free the man from the succubus of lies. And that son of yours is called Paul Geleo. Paul Geleo came on the platform and lie on the oracle of the people, Dr. Ayopoda Esoteric. And therefore, I have the obligation, elders, the instruction that you give me, let me deliver it to your people. Let Pastor Paul be liberated. And next time when he comes up here, he will bring facts, and he will not bring mendacity. That being said, may the God of Temye, and may the God of Vubadi, may the God of Dwasa, and may the God of Putu Mountain, may the God of Weja, with the God of Kabade, with the God of Dwapo, and be with Dr. Ayopoda as I exorcise the demon that is bothering the Reverend. That being said, let's get to the debunking of that issue. We have to debunk the pastor here before I go. So before I bring the pastor on here, I think this must be done first. Let me do this quickly before I bring the pastor on here.
In my own country, they trying to track me down. For what? I don't know. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, you know I didn't do the thing you say I do. Oh, Mr. Liar Man. Joe Rastafari, King Selassie, big up, oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Mr. Liar Man. You know I didn't do the thing you say I do, oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Liar Man, you know, Liar Man, you know. I didn't do those things, oh Mr. Liar Man. Jah know I didn't do those things, oh Mr. Liar Man, Mr. Liar Man. Rastafari know I didn't do, oh Mr. Liar Man. You know, you know, you know, you know, a liar man, a liar man, a liar man, you are liar man, oh Mr. Liar Man. You know I didn't do the thing you say I do. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, Rastafari, King Selassie, big up.
I didn't do this, Liar Man. Let Jah judge you, Liar Man. I didn't do this, Liar Man. Let Jah judge you.
All right, liar man. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the president of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. George Weah. He didn't do the thing that you say he did. All right, so what Pastor Paul said I didn't do it. And I'm not here to give you mere words. You know, first of all, let me lay the business here. Pastor Paul, I got a lot of respect for him. What I'm about to do here, I'm about to do it with love. I'm not about to do what I'm about to do with hatred. I don't hate anybody in the union. I just don't like lies. You know, when you lie, it hurts. I detest lies. You know, so I'm coming from the position of love. Pastor Paul, when I see him any day, I will give him the respect. Just that we radically disagree on this issue. So that's what I'm about to, from that angle I'm coming from. Don't see it like we are making power, you know, like Liberian men will say, we are fighting. We just to understand if you want to call it ideological fight or factual fight or fact, like the minister would say, fact for the fiction. No, that's it. So the pastor is on the fictional side and I'm on the factual side, you know. And so because you lie on the dark side, you put there, we want to call you a liar man. Okay? We're calling you a liar man. And so now we want to engage the pastor. Okay? We're going to engage the pastor now to see what the pastor said, twisting the facts. So let's listen to the pastor here. I want to engage him. So I will play from my audio here, his recent speech, and I will give my reaction to whatever he said. So let's listen to the liar man. Let's see what he has to say here. So the liar man here, let's get him out.
Good evening, my good Sabo people in the United States and at home in Liberia. I want you to listen to me because sometimes if you say something on Facebook, then all people misinterpret it. And then they say things that you did not really say. I sent out a video recently, and that video was basically for my fellow gospel ministers who are on the board of the United Sapo Association in the Americas. I said, why they are on the board as light, then these things are going on. Then the board chairman is doing things that he does not supposed to do. Why? And I said, I want the church members of these ministers to ask them, what has Green Geleo done that people are fighting to remove him from office? Even though the gospel minister never say anything, they didn't react to the video I sent out. But it was a talk show host, Sayopode, who said that I'm blindly defending my brother.
And ladies and gentlemen, I still maintain our position. And I should also point out here that in the Reverend's, the pastor's initial statement, he was afraid to say the high priest of the Sapo people name, the high priest of Voice of SINOE, or the Sapo people, or the elders. That's how you put it. So, and I said, whether it is true or not, the biblical people, the Christian, they say the devil does not call Jesus' name. You know, so the pastor called the high priest's name. And so because he called my name, everything else you're about to say will be wrong. Because you cannot just call the high priest's name without saying the truth. Because if you don't say the truth, you'll be saying the wrong thing. You know, so the Reverend called the high priest's name. So he was confused. As a result, he was saying things that are far, far, far from the truth. Listen to the pastor here. But before I continue with the pastor, let me look at something in the pastor holy book here for a second. The pastor holy book, which he calls the Bible. There is something the holy book of the pastor say I want to share with him before I go any further here. So, if you look, let's look at Exodus chapter 20, verse 16. That's the pastor's book. Exodus 20, chapter 6, verse 16. If you have your Bible, turn with me there. Because this is a pastor. And so I want to go through his book first before I make further comments. All right. So let's see. I like this translation better. What they call the God's word translation. They say, it says here, Exodus 20:16. Never lie when you testify about your neighbor. Never lie when you testify about your neighbor. That's what the pastor's honorable says. I am the neighbor, not physically, but geographically, we are in the U.S. And so, relative to somebody who is in Africa or somebody who is in Europe, geographically, I am the neighbor of Pastor Geleo. And so he cannot come public and testify falsely against the high priest of the Sapo people. So that's one I want to point out to the pastor. The next thing the next voice I want to read to the pastor, it says here. It says, I think it's Colossians 3. Colossians 3:9. If you get your Bible, please turn there. Colossians 3:9. The pastor holy book, again, I like the God's word translation. I like to read that version better. So it says in Colossians 3:9, don't lie to each other. You have gotten rid of the person you used to be and the life you used to live. Don't lie to each other. So, pastor, in other words, when back in the day, when you were not pastor yet, you used to lie to each other, but you are a new man, in other words. That's why your holy boy is saying, don't lie to each other. You have gotten rid of the person you used to be and the life you used to live. Now you are a new man. You are on the voice, you are in the era of dark side, put there. And so you have to leave your old self and come to the era of truth. That's something the pastor's holy book said. There's nothing, not one that I want to read before I get to the pastor here is Psalm 101, verse 7. 101 verse 7 from the pastor's holy book. And let's go to God's word translation. The one who does not deceitful, the one who does deceitful things will not stay in my home. The one who tells lies will not remain in my presence. Now the God of the Reverend talking. The one who does deceitful things will not stay in my home. The one who tells lies will not remain in my presence. So the God of Pastor Geleo is saying the one who tells lies will not stay in his presence. So just like the priest, the high priest of the Sample land, the biblical God in whom Pastor Geleo believes does not let liars. Okay? That's what your holy book also says. Now, the last one before I get to the pastor here is Proverbs 19, verse 9. That's the last one I want to read to the Reverend. Then we can go there. So the last one here, this Bible verse is not good, but I just want to tell the pastor what his holy book said. Okay, the God's word translation. Again, I like the translation. It said, a lying witness will not go unpunished. One who lies or one who tells lies. Damn it, I afraid to even say the word. A lying witness will not go unpunished. One who tells lies will die. That's your holy book saying this, not me. Do I want the pastor to die? No, I don't want. I don't want the pastor to die. I want the pastor to change. I want the pastor to subscribe to the truth so that he can live again. Telling lies according to your book. A lying witness will not go unpunished. One who tells lies will die. And so that is why I don't like liars. And that is why I don't like people that tell lies. All right, so pastor told lies on me. And that's why I'm doing all of this. Now let's listen to the pastor.
Things about me, pastor this and that, all that. I don't want to dwell on that. And he was bold to tell me, though he's not a gospel minister, he said in his video that he doesn't believe in the blood of Jesus. So that means he's not a gospel minister. Yeah, that's true. I don't believe in the blood of Jesus. No, I don't believe in anybody's blood. As a matter of fact, blood does nothing. Okay, so whether the Jesus's blood, whether the God's blood, the blood has nothing to do. Blood does nothing. All right. So that's theological tricks that they play on people
They don't want to think for themselves. They say, oh, we cover you the blood of Jesus. During the war in Liberia, people prayed. They covered them with the blood of Jesus. And 250,000 people were killed. God did not. Jesus' blood did not protect those people. I can also remember, I can think, during the time when Hitler was massacring 6 million Jews. Or if you like the total number of people, he massacred 11 million people. I think the Jews were praying to God. They prayed to Yahweh. They covered them, maybe they covered themselves with the blood of Jesus. But yet, they all died. 6 million of God's people. So I think the blood of Jesus is just things that religious people say to themselves to make themselves to feel good. The blood of Jesus does nothing.
He said, I want to tell you, Pastor, what your brother has done. Your brother took the sample money unconstitutionally. He disrespected the elders. And that's all he said.
I said more than that, okay? I said more than that, but the man trying to make a point. So you abbreviate all the other facts that I gave him, okay? Did Green Geleo disrespect the elders? Yes, I just read a communication right now. The elder said no project should be undertaken. And Green said all projects, he will undertake all projects that were previously approved. That's what Green said. So that's a disrespect to the elders. Okay? When the elders say hold on to whatever you want to do, and you still go, you went ahead and published guidelines, electoral guidelines, and you set up election commission, you disrespected the elders. Okay? That is not respect to the elders. And it's a disrespect. When your supporters will go on the teleconference and tell the elders, go back and do whatever you want to do. He didn't say please. He said go back. And you, the president, you are on the line. And you didn't put stop to your supporter telling the elders, go back. That's a disrespect to the elders. You want me to go on or continue? I got limited time. Let's listen to him.
So I've come to tell you, the Sabo people, that these are the people that are trying their best to dismember this organization.
No, that's how you put it. It's not the one that's trying to dismember the organization. I'm the one that is trying to keep the people honest. My job is to keep people honest. Do the right thing. Follow the law. You wrote the Constitution for a reason. You don't write it in the middle of pandemic to brush your side. Whether with or without pandemic, you follow the Constitution. Okay? So my job here is for us to be true to what we put on paper and not to follow somebody's opinion. Okay? We are not on the rule of Mr. Liar Man. We are not on the rule of Green Geleo. We are on the rule of law, which is the Constitution. And we have to obey it. So the man is about to tell us that his brother took the money constitutionally. Okay? So let's see what he has for us.
See where we are now. If a talk show host will give a false, misleading, and baseless statement, what is he doing? He is deceiving our people.
Okay, I want to know the baseless statement. Maybe you will tell us, okay? But you say false and misleading statement. So I want to hear that statement. Let's listen to our brother here.
I'm not defending my brother blindly.
Yes, you are. With all the infractions, you are defending your brother blindly. With all the infractions, with all the violations, with your brother carrying conviction to Minnesota, and you are still supporting him, you are defending him blindly. When your brother went to SINOE and called people witches who play witch, you will die, and you are still defending him, you didn't chastise him, you are defending him blindly. When your brother took $10,000, the people approved the money, we don't know where the money is right now, and you are still defending him, you are defending him blindly. When your brother refused to give the $3,000 that belongs to College of Geleo and you did not give it to her, you are defending your brother blindly. Okay? When your brother is not listening to the others and you are still supporting him, you are supporting him myopically. Okay?
Second, Dick Sayopore, you too?
Okay, first of all, Pastor, my name is not Dick. It's Dark. D-A-R-K-E, like dark. When something there, dark. I just put the E there to distinguish it from the regular D-A-R-K-E. So my name is not Dick. It's Dark. Dark. Okay? Dark. So I want you to call that name next time correctly. Dark. D-A-R-K-E. I'm not Dick. All right? Or do I have it?
You said that Green Yoto disciple money unconstitutional. I challenge you. Green Yoto did not take disciple people money unconstitutionally. He took the money constitutionally.
Okay, so this is a major point for me that we'll have to debate tonight, the brother myself. He said his brother took the money constitutionally, and I said he did so unconstitutionally. Okay, first of all, we have to ask how much the Green take. $7,236 and some cents. Okay, and the Constitution said, the United Support Association Constitution, which is right before me right now, it says in Article 23. Oh no, let me come to 24. Article 24, Section 1.9.2. It says here, all funding that is $500 or less shall be approved by the national president, or at the local level, the local president shall approve of the amount. When the amount is $500 or less, the max is $500. The president can approve the amount, or the local president can do so. Okay, $500 or less. Okay, let's go to the next provision here. The next one here, it says, let me prove it to my brother here, and he said I'm lying on him. Let's get to the funding. The next one says here, all funding more than $500 shall require the approval of the Board of Directors of the United Support Association in Americas. Article 1.9.1 when on disbursement of funding. All funding more than $500 shall require the approval of the Board of Directors of the United Support Association. Green Code Geo took $7,236 some cents without the Board of Directors approval. That is considered unconstitutional withdrawal from our account. I will give you more evidence. This is the tap. We're just warming up with the pastor now. So let's hear the pastor argument. I just gave you two provisions from the Constitution already.
I want to refer you to the resolution that was adopted in Philadelphia. Some people are not fools. They know what is going on. They are not fools. They know that every good thing the president want to do will be obstructed by the board, and you guys are defending that. That's why.
Why would the board obstruct every good thing that the president wants to do? The board did not obstruct any good thing. That's why the work with the president and the Nessus quarter was built. So any good thing that the president wants to do that the board obstructed? What is it? The president wanted $7,000 for COVID relief package. They gave him $10,000. Is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? The president wanted to send people to Liberia. The board went and approved doing the burial of Mabutu. They made a proposal, $6,000. The money was approved. Is that something bad the board did? So when you say every good thing that the president wants to do, the board is against it, what is that? I just gave you three instances. What is it that the president proposed that the board that was good, that is in the interest of our people, that the board opposed? You can't name one. All right, let's listen to the pastor here.
During the convention in Philadelphia, a resolution was adopted that if this president sent in a budget and the board failed to act, after 2 weeks, the budget is automatically passed.
Okay, so the pastor came later and corrected himself. He said somebody called him and then he had to make the correction. So basically he lied and he came to correct his lies. Okay, based on what somebody said. All right, so we understand that part. So we are glad that the pastor knows that there was no resolution from Philadelphia that says that when the board sends a budget, when the president sends a budget to the board after 2 weeks, when the board does not respond, then that budget is automatically approved. No resolution from Philadelphia. At least you rectify that error. I mean, I listened to your last video, so no big deal. I'm glad that you listened to the other person that told you. Now let's get to the man said he came and corrected and said, "Oh, for North Dakota," which is true. And so I have all the evidence. So when you are referring to, I want to listen to it, and then I will look at the communications. The pastor's brother's communication to the board, the date and time that he sent the letter, and the date and time the board responded. He said the board did not reply within 2 weeks, and that's why his brother took the money, which is a pathological lie. All right, and so I want to because I got the evidence. So let me play the resolutions for it that the pastor is referring to, which is true. So let everybody listen to that resolution. All right, let's look at the committee that both the Geleo set up. Some of these things that he doesn't follow right now. This is what the guy gave for the resolution in North Dakota.
National Convention held in the city of Fargo, North Dakota, August 22 to the 25th. Resolutions that the election for the board of directors be suspended and that the constitution be revised. That one unit nursing color be built, comprise 3-bedroom at a cost of $30,000 United States dollars. Revised Constitution. That the National Assembly elect 9 board members, 9 board of directors members, and that no more than 2 board members shall come from a chapter. That 9 elected board members hold election after every 3 years, beginning from next year, 2020. That anyone who intends to be elected to the board of directors shall make a registration fees of $200. That the executive shall establish a voucher system to effect withdrawal. The president shall submit requests to the board of directors, and the approval from the board shall be communicated electronically through emails and fax. That the board of directors shall approve and submit a budget within 2 weeks from the date the budget was submitted. If it does not respond within a given time frame, it shall be considered automatically approved.
Okay, so that was the resolution the pastor was referring to. Okay, that the executive should effect a voucher system. That everything should be submitted to the board of directors through email and fax. All right. When the board submits, the executive submits a proposal of voucher to the board. If the board does not reply within 2 weeks, that is considered automatically approved. Okay, that's a fact. We can't debate that. All right. Let's listen to the pastor and I'll bring you some evidence.
Am I lying? No, Pastor, you're not lying. I'm not lying. That's the resolution that was adopted in Philadelphia. So Green Geleo did not clandestinely go in a bank and take it.
Yes, he clandestinely did. Yes, he did. He did not get the board approval. and which I will prove to you just now. I just want to listen to you a little bit as well, but I got the evidence. We're going to compare and contrast what the boy said and what your brother did.
It's our money. You know, we must command these children. According to the Foreign Minister, Honorable Darrell Moy, Honorable Tika Soin, His Excellency Geleo, they are protecting your money. That's why I say in my speech that your money is protected. You know why? In the United States of America, when you are signatory to an account.
So before he goes ahead and he say he's protecting our money, all right? But we don't know what the president is doing with the money. He doesn't make a financial report. Where's the $10,000? What you did with the $7,000 that you took to Liberia illegally? You didn't make financial report. You are now about to have another convention in Minnesota. Where are you getting the money from? Okay, but he's saying our money is protected. Listen to what he's about to say now.
2 or 3 person. Anybody has the right to go there and withdraw whatever amount that he.
Okay, so he's telling us in America, once your name on the account, you can go there anytime and take money from there. How sure are we the guys have not been doing that? We don't know what they do. They don't make a report to us. So apparently that's what the guys are doing. But listen to what he's about to say after saying that. Honorable Darius, Honorable Otika, Honorable Geleo. Listen what he said. Honorable. When you say honorable, that's somebody whose integrity you cannot question. Okay, listen.
Also withdraw. But these boys are not doing that, and we are on their back here. Darrell is a responsible man. Otika is a responsible man. My brother is a responsible man. But we are on the ballot time. So we will be very careful.
Okay. He said they are honorable people. They are respectable people. Then he turns around and says, we are on your back. Okay. If the guys are honorable, they are respectable people, why are you on their back? Why? Why should you monitor somebody who is honorable, who is respectable? Why? Pastor Geleo does not trust his own brother. He does not trust Otika. He does not trust Moye, and that's why he's on those people back. He knows that. He admitted. You see, that's what I'm saying. When you confront, when you are taught, when you call the name of the priests, the traditional priests of the voice of SINOE and the people of SINOE County, of the Sapo land, you will see all sorts of things. So the man will use the word honorable, respectable. Then he said, we are on their back. Why are you on the back of somebody who is respectable? Honorable people don't need monitoring. Dishonorable people are the ones you monitor, because while they are dishonorable, they are not fair, they are not transparent. Green, Coach, Geleo, and Darius, those guys are not fair and transparent, and that's why Mr. Lion Man is on those guys' back.
That one come here, the poor money, you want to be very Brazil, we are responsible. We can't do anything to us. Okay, I trust you.
Let me bring you back again and listen to him.
Honorable Tika Soin, His Excellency Geleo, they are protecting your money. That's why I say in my speech that your money is protected. You know why? In the United States of America, when you are signatory to an account, 2 or 3 person, anybody has the right to go there and withdraw whatever amount that he wants to withdraw. But these boys are not doing that, and we are on their back here.
We are on their back.
Darrell is a responsible man. Otika is a responsible man. My brother is a responsible man. But we are on their back all the time. Will be very
they are responsible people, but we are on their back. And he says sometimes, all the time. Okay? All the time we are on their back. Somebody responsible, they're honorable, and you're on those people back 24/7. That the man talking at me.
Careful. Well, that one come here. The poor money. You want to be very Brazil. We are responsible. We can't do anything to us. Okay.
So when you go, you tell them, you be careful with the people money. Then the people will say, we are honorable. Okay. These guys are trustworthy. So why you want to tell them, say, oh, you be careful with the people money? So Pastor Green does not trust his brother. He does not trust Darius. He does not trust Otika. And that's why he's on those guys back 24/7. He doesn't say sometimes. He doesn't say 22 seconds. He said 24/7, 24 hours. He's on these guys back.
I trust you. And that's what the children have been doing. We must commend them for that.
I can't commend somebody who you are monitoring 24/7, sir. No. If you are monitoring, you're on the guy's back 24/7, I can't commend them. There is a reason why you are on their back. They are not trustworthy. And that's why you are monitoring them 24/7.
We must commend them. So the money that was given to the president for the trip in Africa, Liberia, specifically biblically, was not taken unconstitutionally. The resolution that was adopted in Philadelphia gave this president the right to take the money. This is what the part I love about it. The Liberian man said he did not go slave away.
He did slave away, brother. He did slave away. Yeah, I come and prove it to you right now.
Right. That people used to do in the past. But he wrote a budget. He sent a budget to the board. The board failed to act in 2 weeks. Almost a month. They had to go.
Almost 2 weeks. Almost a month. Okay, let look at the communication now. Now, what the pastor said, the board failed to act. Almost 2 weeks, almost a month, and they got to go. All right? So let's look at the communication. When Pastor Paul Dio brother when he sent the communication to the board of directors, and when the board of directors reply, let's look at the communications here for a second. I got everything. So, Pastor, you can't come speak on things when they are already in my possession. Okay, here is what the pastor brothers wrote. Let me see, maybe I can put it on the screen there for you too, just so you know that I'm not making something up here. Let me put it on the screen so you can take a look. Hopefully it's the right one. I'll put out for it. It's not the right one. I would know. Okay, that's one of the communication. This one I want to look up first. Let me see. The voucher. Let's see what I will get a voucher here from the president. These are so small for your screen. I don't think you will see that, but let me just read it from my end here. So this is what the pastor brother. Let me just read it from my end here. I have no reason to tell a lie. I'm here to liberate you guys and give you the truth. So the pastor brother, here's the voucher that he sent. The voucher, it was dated January 5th, 2021, okay, from Green's brother. Hopefully I can see the voucher, man. I want to put it out there so you can see it. I wanted you to see this. Yeah, that's a voucher. Thank you. Good. So that's the voucher there. So it was dated January 5th, 2021. That's when Green wrote the voucher, right? And he outlined everything, voucher, address, everything here, presidential allowance and plane ticket, $3,000. Car rental in Liberia, 2 cars / truck, Jeep for 5 days, $250 per day. Okay, that was Green put here, $250 per day. So the total is $2,500. Line 3, gasoline, 180 gallons for 2 cars or truck, Jeep for 5 days, $4 per gallon. So over there, that line I think was $720. Making 15 local hospital beds at $50 a piece. So at that, the total line came to $750. Okay, And then subtotal, you put here $7,094. And then you put here miscellaneous, 2%, $141.88. And then you say grand total, $7,236.28. That's the voucher Green wrote. But remember the date here. Another thing that should be pointed out on that voucher is it was prepared by Darius Moyen, okay? And he's a treasurer, USAA. When you look at it, it's a USA, United Cyprus Association. The person that authorized officials, presented by Geleo, national president. Over there, they put USA. USAA and USA are two different organizations, okay? Two different organizations right there. It's a discrepancy already. Then the board, the president signed, the treasurer signed, the board of directors did not sign, okay? Approved by, it has to be approved, okay? That what Green put on the document. It has to be approved by. That approved column there is empty, is void. No signature there, okay? So it's the chairman, ESOTERIC, National Board of Directors, okay? So the man wrote this was prepared January 5th, 2021, okay? When did he send it to the Board of Directors? Let's get to that. Now he sent another communication here. This one to the chairman, no date on it, okay? Green sent this communication, no date. For what reason he did not date it, we don't know it. Why he didn't put date on it. But this one is Honorable Issa Sabwe, Chairman of the Board of Directors, United Cyprus Association in the Americas. Dear Chairman Sabwe, please find attached the voucher for your perusal and timely approval to facilitate our travel for the dedicatory ceremony of the newly erected Nessus Quarter in Biddable Creek, Johnson District, Sino County, Liberia. The event will officially kick off on Saturday, March 20th, 2021 at 3 p.m. This will be followed by an indoor discourse at the administration building where officials of USAA, county leaders, section heads, and stakeholders of Sino County will brainstorm the next course of infrastructural and other relevant developments. Thanks for your usual kind cooperation and understanding in the premise. Sincerely yours, the Geleo National President. Okay, this communication, no date. He didn't put date to the communication, no date. All right. Now, that was the communication, and the voucher on the screen that I just showed you, it says see attached, the voucher, right? So now on the board, here's why he sent to the board. July 4th, okay, not Mr. Geleo. All right, so not this one. Let me go to the right one. The board. Okay, so this is what Wednesday, November 6, 2020. Okay, this for the Florida Convention, the $4,000. The convention budget here. All right, I'm not going into that one right now. Let's go to the money aspect of the national. I want to get to that communication. Give me a second, guys. Let me get to it. It's right here. I got it with me. United Cyprus Association, Honorable President, greeting from the officers of USSA Florida chapter. Okay, that the requests were made. All right. This one, Mr. Geleo sent another communication. Mr. Dario said, "Dear Mr. Dario Amoyen, I'll get to that communication quickly. Please disburse to the national president the amount of $45,000 or United States dollar to begin the immediate implementation of the Nessus Quarter Phase 1. $45,000. He wrote this one to Darius Moyen. Okay, the letter was written to Darius. President Geleo wrote this. All right, to Darius to disburse $45,000 United States dollar On Friday, June 21st, 2021, the National Board of Directors of the United Sapota Association in America met on teleconference, discussed, and approved the Green talking. These are all lies he putting together. On Friday, June 21st, 2021, or 2019, actually, the National Board of Directors of the United Sapota Association in Americas met on teleconference, discussed, and approved the 75,000. All right, 75,000 green. Said the board approved that, which is not true. 75,000 United States dollar project cost for the construction of the Nessus Quarter in Joazan. Stipulated in the contract documents, the money will be disbursed to the contractor in 3 phases: 45,000, and then you put here 22,500, and then 500. Okay, those are the listing. But what happened was Darius wrote, Mr. Darius Moen, Treasurer, United Sapota Association, a letter in wrote, please disburse to the national. Okay, that's a green code deal, but Darius wrote the board of directors to find out whether indeed they approved that money. In response to the communication sent to the national treasurer, the president now, the board wrote the letter. In response to the communication sent to the national treasurer, Mr. Darius Moen, requesting disbursement is hereby denied for the following reasons. 1, I did not, on behalf of the board of directors, authorize the request for the disbursement of funding for the project. 2, your communication was received at 9:55 p.m. July 4th, 2019, at which time you have already communicated with the treasurer for the disbursement. Note that the treasurer contacted me about your communication to him using my name without my knowledge hours before you sent the communication to me. 3, the contract needs to be reviewed because of some errors within the contract that puts USAA at risk. 4, the house plan for the building appears to be below standard. 5, we have to set up a working team of both members. So the man gave all these reasons. Green was trying to take the money without the chairman, without his knowledge. He wrote the treasurer to send the $45,000 to him, but then Darius went and contacted the chairman, ESOTERIC, whether he knows about whether they approve any money. You know, the same Darius that did the right thing, protected our money. Now he turned around now and helping Green to take $7,000 from our account. Now let's get to the major one here now. So the pastor told us that his brother took the money constitutionally. I read the communication that he sent, right, to withdraw the money. This is what the Green in the note. It is very instructed that you pay attention to the date. Is Green wrote that voucher. He backdated. He put there January 5th. Okay, January 5th, 2021. That's when he wrote that voucher. He did not send it until, according to the email here, Green sent the communication to the board Saturday, January 16th. He wrote it the 5th, and he sent it the 16th. Why? That was a trick, because the same thing that Paul Geleo were talking about, the 2-week stuff, that's why you were trying to work around. So he backdated it when the board procrastinate so they can take the money. And so anytime argument comes up, they say, oh, look at the date. Look at the date of the voucher. But then you forgetting to know, anytime you send an email, is time stamped. Every email that you send, the computer will give it a time. They'll give it a day. Everything will be recorded. So Green wrote a voucher the 5th, and he sent it to the board of directors the 16th. Okay, at 4:56 p.m. That's when he sent a communication to the voucher to ESOTERIC. He said reference Nessus Quarter dedication voucher. Okay, and then he said, ESOTERIC, that's the communication that he sent. He said, in receipt, Israel replied and I said, Mr. Geleo, in receipt of the communication, I would like for you to take this voucher back. That is talking. To take this voucher back until we have a conversation about the status of the organization. We are going through a process of transition that the elders are serving as mediators. As such, we should pay attention to the process. Thank you. Esau told him to take the voucher back. He did not approve it. But his brother is telling us that Esau did not reply. This is the report, the communication, the reply of Esau Sabwe. I'm reading to you. Mr. Geleo, it was sent. This is Esau Sabwe reply. Green sent it the same day, the 16th. Green sent it the 16th at 4:01 p.m. That's when Green sent a voucher to Esau Sabwe. On the 16th. The same 16th, 4:56 p.m. Esau Sabwe replied the same day, not the next day, the same day, 4:56. Green sent it 4:01 p.m. and Esau Sabwe replied 4:56 p.m. the same day. And he said, Mr. Geleo, in receipt of the communication, I would like for you to take this voucher back until we have a conversation about the status of the organization. We are going through a process of transition that the elders are serving as mediators. As such, we should pay attention to the process. Thanks, Mr. Esau Sabwe, Chairman of the Board of Directors. So the pastor just told a lie that Esau did not reply to the communication. You see? So the pastor lied to us. And that's why I call him Mr. Liar Man.
That's why the foreign minister, the treasurer, they bought the money. So it was not taken unconstitutionally.
It was taken unconstitutionally. Your brother sent the communication the same day on the 16th, 4:01. Esau Sabwe replied 4:56, the same day. That said, carry the voucher back. And then you are telling us Esau did not reply, and after 2 weeks, and that's why Green took the money. Pastor, you just lied to us. And that's why I don't want you to lie. Your book said in Proverb 19:9, it says, when you lie, you will die. I don't want you to die. So stop the lies. Stop the lies, Pastor.
Come on and say your brother took your money unconditionally. That statement is misleading. It's false and baseless.
I just refuted the man. So everything that he's saying is just emotions. Okay, nothing else. He just lied to us. And I just read the communication between the board when the brother sent the communication and when the board replied. And what Esau Sabwe said, carry the voucher back. We are going through a transition, and the elders they are mediating, carry that back. He didn't say take the money.
Stop deceiving the Sabo people.
You are the one deceiving it. You are the one deceiving the people. You lied to us. You came here and lied to us that Esau did not reply to the voucher. After 2 weeks, Esau replied the same day, the same time your brother sent it. 4:01 and 4:56. And you said the man did not reply.
Some are local heads. You will sit on your radio looking at a woman like Joyce Young. He's a former member of the former chair lady.
Yeah, man, when you're former, she no longer covered by the Constitution. She was appointed by Geleo, and Geleo is no longer the president. So she is former. How is that bothering you? It's former.
Former chair lady. You know the people that are supporting these people? They have 85% of Sabo supporting America.
The man said 85% of the Sabo people supporting Geleo and the chair lady, Joyce Young. But Joyce Young and that got 85% support. They had a program the other day for Geleo and they raised $400. $400. So other people say $1,400. But at $400 to me, when you get money making machine, and you say that $400, you get 85% of the people in the union, and you raise $400, huh? And you call that? Come on, stop putting the lies around, Pastor. I hate to do this, but I have to break your bubbles. You can get 85% of the people behind you, and you raise not less than $5,000, $400. Come on.
So if you do these things, you are dividing the organization.
Yeah, I know when you say the truth, it hurts. So that would, I mean, in the world, in the private view of the pastor, that equals dividing the people when you say the truth. When the pastor lies, say, brother, the board did not reply to the communication, and then I show the evidence, I'll show you the time, I'll show you the board communication. The brother tried to trick the board and did a bad data, the voucher, the 5th, and he sent it the 16th. All the crooked things his brother doing. Oh, Paul, you're still supporting your brother.
So you must stop. If you come out again. I want to stop here. And let me explain.
So the pastor said you come back. I want to see, because notice everything he said, he did not get evidence. Nothing. He did not reference anything. He just using emotion. Oh yeah, he didn't do it illegally. Pastor, your brother did illegal. I just prove it to you. Okay. I've been in the game forever, for a long time. And so don't just come and engage that side you put there and you have no evidence. You embarrass yourself. I enjoy doing this. I've been doing it for years. So you want to get famous at my behest? Hey, fine, but I will embarrass him. That's what I will do.
What is he doing? He was counting here that when you're done in 2016 and he said when you're to power. But I didn't hear him saying Subway time has also expired. You gotta be a
Yeah, but Pastor, then you are not reading your constitution. Your constitution is right here. Let me read. Let me read for you, Pastor, saying you don't want to read your constitution. It says here, let me go on the board quickly. The board term of office. All directors shall be elected to serve a 4-year term. However, the term may be extended until a successor has been elected. You say their time expire? Is that what you call expiration? The same constitution says with your brother, why it says it? Let's look at the time your brother is supposed to serve, according to the constitution that you are quoting right now. Or not telling you, what does it say? Let's look up Green Geo no time when he's supposed to serve. So Paul Geo said they got the same time, all of them time expire at the same time. Let's read the constitution for the pastor. Let me read it for the pastor here a second. I'm coming out here. Let me get to it. Pastor, you stop the lies. You go to church and you come and you want to get that, so you put there in line? You lying? Stop it, sir. I'll embarrass you. Let me get to the boy, the president. What is the vacancy here? The president, is it one of the vacancy? I don't want to use my own words here. Let me get the president own words here. Why he put in the document? So Paul said the board and the executive are filling the same time. They're calling to him. Oh man, it shouldn't be taking me too long to get this. I highlighted this already. Disbursement tenure. Okay, the executive. It says there, Paul, this is what it says about your brother, Mr. Lion Man. All executive officers shall serve the association for a period of 3 years, but not more than 2 consecutive terms. Now, Constitution talking. Again, I read the board portion. The board, it said, all directors shall be elected to serve a 4-year term. However, the term may be extended until a successor has been elected. Okay? So how can a pastor tell us the board and the executive the time over? Now, the Constitution talking. I'm not the one that wrote this. That Green himself asked Celebi City to write this. He asked Andrew Seward to write this. And he asked Robert Tupa to write this. So how can the pastor tell us that the board of directors and the executive, their time over at the same time? The president time over last year. The board of directors, the time will be over according to the Constitution from January to December. The December of the year, the time will be over. But at the same time, it says, when their successors are not elected, the time will be extended. It says here, all directors shall be elected to serve a 4-year term. However, the term may be extended until a successor has been elected. Okay, close. Pastor Jala to the people. You got to read these documents before you engage Dr. Yopoda.
Objective. A talk show host. Because people listen to you. where you are now, Green, he'll put you there. He's a smart guy. He said, this guy, this boy, I think we do better when I mean my publicity. When you make your publicity, you turn against him. Well, we are in a democratic society, my little brother. And God gave us the freedom of choice. So it is your right to choose wherever you want to go. But stop demonizing the man who make you to be where you are now.
All right, so according to the pastor continues with the lies, okay? Pastor got to know the history before you speak on something, okay? Pastor is saying that Green made me who I am today. The show that I have today is because of Green Geo, or that Green made the people to know me. Pastor, here is the information. Let me tell you the truth. I started my show before Green even became president, okay? And I was into, my show was by then called the Sapo Nation. I turned the copyright, everything to Mr. Kuri Jetty. Now he's using that name. I don't want to sue him, so I just gave him the copyright, everything, and turn it over to him. Okay, so it was called, the show was called Sapo Nation at first, and then the name change came about when I had the superintendent of Sano County, Lee Nambuchie, and he suggested, and said, "Oh man, a lot of people watching your platform, so I want you to represent the entire county." And so that look for a new name, and that's how later on I developed the name, the Voice of SINOE in the Diaspora. And during Obaku time, I still have my show. I was engaging. My engagement from Sano Forum, defending my political leader, the political Gandhi of Sano County, Mr. Zaza. The lies that TIJ and boys were telling, it was what compelled me to create this show. Because I wanted to bring the truth to the people. I was writing and writing, but I said, you know what? I have to supplement my composition with live speech. And so I came out with the Voice of SINOE, or the Sapo Nation. And then later now it became Voice of SINOE in the Diaspora. So you cannot say it's Green Geo that made me to, the reason Green came to me is because I was doing my politics. And then at the same time, I was doing the community where I'm still the secretary for FRANCESS Myers. I was promoting the woman. Nobody knew Green in the union. And Green, FRANCESS Myers, she was obscuring. She covered Green Geo, who was the national president, because of me. You know, nobody knew Green. On Obaku Green, nobody knew the man as a vice president. Nobody knew it. When Obaku left, before we even know that Green is the vice president, because he was not engaged with nothing. And so because of my robust advocacy and promoting FRANCESS Myers, activities, when he became president, he said, "No one, nobody can do the job better than Dr. Yopode to promote me, for the people to know me, because the people are already following the guy. You know, people are already following. So when I made my publicity chairman, the people will know me." So he went and called FRANCESS Myers and said, "Oh, I want your secretary to be my national publicity chairman." So FRANCESS Myers, being somebody who was in the interest of the union, she said, "No problem. I will talk to him. You can make a recommendation." Some people are saying, "Oh, no, that is controversial." Don't, I mean, like the likes of the Sapo Yeke, not Sapo Yeke, but Larry King. Yeah, the publicity, not publicity, but the coordinator. Christopher, why all that man too controversial? Why you want to bring the man? They were opposing the man. So Green was adamant. He said, "You know what, that guy can do the job. I can see what he can do." So that's how he brought me on board. It's not because it's not Green that made me. I made Green. It's the other way around. Why is it right now the reason people even know about Green name right now, or the bad thing he's doing, is because of me? Okay. Because people follow the voice of truth, the voice of objectivity. Okay, it's what people know about the corruption of your brother right now. It's the same thing when I was supporting promoting when you're going somewhere, broadcast, the whole thing. Green did not give me a dime while I was doing all those stuff. So you can't say Green made who I am. I'm glad if you want to take credit, that's fine. Somebody got to make somebody, but it's not truth. I want you to be honest. Say the truth, so the truth can set you free. Now what your man Jesus said. So you can't just go past and if you don't know the history or something, ask questions. Ask questions. I made Green. You see, right now, Green he goes to bed, he cry every day. Why I let that you put it to leave me? Why I didn't listen to the man? Green did not listen to me right now. Now why he went south? If you are listening to me, Green will be one of the best leaders in the union. Why you think Frances is one of the best leaders? Because she listens to me. She listens to the people around her. You can't have people around you and you're not listening to them. And so your brother, I made your brother. You have to thank me. You have to thank me. You see me, you got to kowtow to me. I made Green to you. I made him and I will break him down. And I'm not breaking him down because I don't like him. I'm breaking him down because he's not doing the right thing. He's going against the Constitution. And so I will expose him maximally. Until your brother starts to listen, he starts to listen, you have me to contend with. I will build a new Sino County. I will build a new United Southport Association. I will build a new Liberia. I will make sure those of you that are doing the wrong thing, you will do the right thing. By force, by the force of truth. And like I'm embarrassing you right now. You have no evidence whatsoever to say what you are saying. I made Green to you. And because of a recklessness and not listening to people, and that's why right now he's suffering under my truth. And I will continue to expose him.
Stop it. You have big support. They have been proven beyond all reasonable doubt. It's welcome convention. You saw the number of people.
You're talking about welcome convention. You know that convention you're talking about, Paul? I left Philadelphia 1 week early just to promote Green Coach Video. I went there. I was on the particular show. But then it was called the Southport Nation. Advertising Green's program. He didn't give me a dime. Okay? I did that because I love to do what I do. I love to, when I give my support, I do it wholly without string attached. I do it with my open heart. I don't require anything. After all, I'm doing it for the community. I want us to do something for our people. And so I went ahead. I left Philadelphia. I was in Minnesota for 1 week ahead, just for that program, to promote the program. And you tell me Green is the one that made me? Okay. It makes you happy, go with it. But that's not the truth. That's my point. If it makes you happy, if it makes Green happy, oh well. Just you can slide with that, but it's not the truth. You are going with lies. That's my point.
So stop. When you did not support money unconstitutionally, you say you not the respect to elders. Look at me and look at Green Geleo. I'm telling you the truth, the God that I said, Green Geleo had never insulted me from our childhood up to this old age. Never. He's respectful, I told you. He's tolerant. Submissive.
Okay.
Explaining that he told him he saw them or he did.
Okay, so the elder just told that. The pastor just told that his brother is tolerant, respectful. Okay, I will close with the video. Now I'll be done for the night. Let's listen to the respectful man. Okay.
You saw your daddy and water me and then I know. Master, why not send it on in? And you saw say I will put it. Gabba, why to you saw for the apple. And so on you saw I got about the idea now for you. Then you saw I'm on the tail. Before you saw apple, my time, my brain, you saw you saw a room. I put away, you saw apple. I'm by it. So I was not a to it. Oh, you are talking, you are not yet. Oh, you are you will get. I knew I started to get more when you're not yet. I know you will go to me. I want to cry. You are 1 9 sound. Many are following. Would you sit down? You get your phone. Hello, hello. Taro si o definitely on your job, my poor daddy, or by you, or on any day, you're nasty. You saw now, green.
Okay, I get it. I've got idea about before.
Okay, so that's a respectful man. Paul's brother, the guy who is respectful, who has never insulted Paul Dio before, who has never disrespected. You just heard the man. The woman gave him that beautiful message. God should bless you. You all remain united. And when you get money, don't show your face in the air. Humble yourself. God be with you. You guys remain united. That's what the woman said. Instead of Green said, thank you. He didn't do that. He said, about Wupoel. And somebody in the crowd said, I said, Wujubo, we don't know witchcraft activity. We are not voodooists. Now, Green talking to the people that boy, his brother is telling us, Green a respectful guy. That's how a respectful person talks to people. That's respectfulness right there. So the pastor continues to lie. And that's why he's called liar man. All right? That being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's how I'm doing it for the night. Sorry for brutal lies in the pastor, but I don't like lies. Okay? So let's end with we are the liar man. We just expose the liar man.
In my own country, they're trying to track me down. For what? I don't know. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, you know I didn't do the thing you say I do. Oh, Mr. Liar Man. Joe Rastafari. King Selassie, big up, oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Mr. Liar Man. You know I didn't do the thing you say I do. Oh Mr. Liar Man, oh Liar Man, you know, Liar Man, you know I didn't do those things. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, Jah know I didn't do those things. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, Rastafari know I didn't do. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, you know, a liar man, a liar man, a liar man, you are liar man. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, you know I didn't do the thing you say I do. Oh, Mr. Liar Man, Rastafari, King Selassie, big up.
I didn't do it, Liar Man. Let Jah judge you, Liar Man. I didn't do it, Liar Man. Let Jah judge you.
So what, you keep lying, lie.
Yeah, so liar man, why you keep lying? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we have for you for the night. Thank you so much for joining the Voice of SINOE in the diaspora, the voice of justice, the voice of equity, the voice of egalitarianism. We'll do justice to all and sundry. We should talk to you again anytime next week. We'll bring you the happenings from the trip of President Francois as she tours the Midwest. Have a good night.